This audiobook reveals the hidden code behind reality and how your thoughts, emotions, and identity are actually programming your life in real time. Once you learn how to speak the language of the field, nothing remains out of reach. The system isn't broken, it's responding. And now you'll finally understand how. The world has long searched for meaning in stars, scriptures, systems, and science, never realizing that the answer was embedded in the structure of life itself, hidden in plain sight. The sacred algorithm is not a myth, nor a theory, nor a mystical metaphor. It is a living intelligence, a precise set of governing instructions that dictate how reality responds to you in every moment with flawless consistency. You were never dropped into a chaotic world to fend for yourself. You were born into a responsive system, one that receives your inner state as input and outputs the mirrored world around you. What you feel, believe, expect, and embody is not passive energy, it is data, and reality is the code that compiles it. There are moments when the illusion flickers, when time bends, coincidences pile up, and the impossible brushes against your skin. You've noticed it in the way someone texts you the moment you think of them. You've seen it when life tilts just slightly, answering a silent prayer before your lips could speak. These are not accidents. These are signs that the system is alive. The sacred algorithm is always running, not later, not occasionally, but now. Each breath, each thought, each sensation sending new instructions to the quantum field. And yet, most remain asleep within it. They believe life is about effort, struggle, persuasion, and proof. But those who understand the sacred algorithm know the truth. It is not about force, it is about frequency. You do not manifest by demanding, only by aligning. You do not control life with strategy, but with signal. The algorithm does not speak the language of words. It speaks vibration, and vibration cannot be faked. It listens only to what you deeply know yourself to be. Think of this. A seed does not struggle to become a tree. It carries its blueprint within and simply allows the soil, sun, and time to respond. Likewise, the moment you carry the blueprint of what you truly are, life begins to rearrange around it. Not because you wished hard enough, but because you finally became legible to the system that has always read you. The algorithm needs no convincing. It responds to what you embody as already true. This chapter is the opening of a veil. It is the recognition that your life is not a series of random events, but a calculated return of your most consistent inputs. And if something in you has always sensed that life could be easier, that reality could be more fluid, that magic might not be fantasy, it's because your deeper self already remembers how this works. You are not learning something new. You are remembering the original design. The sacred algorithm is not outside you. It is you. It has always been you. The only variable that ever changes is your awareness of it. And now it begins to wake. There is a hidden rhythm pulsing beneath everything you see. Behind the falling of rain, the flight of birds, the rise and fall of civilizations, even the thoughts that echo inside your mind, there is a living pattern. It is not static. It is not random. It is intelligent, ancient, and aware. The pattern doesn't ask for your belief. It simply continues, weaving every moment into the next, with the precision of a cosmic weaver. What seems like chaos from one level reveals perfect symmetry from another, and when you pause long enough to observe instead of react, you begin to feel it, a quiet, harmonious current guiding it all. You were born into this pattern, not as an outsider, but as part of its design. Every breath, every decision, every emotion is a signal sent into this fabric, which then responds not as a separate force, but as your extension. What you call chance, coincidence, or luck is just the pattern speaking in a language you've forgotten how to hear. But once you remember, everything changes. The shape of events begins to shift. The right people show up. Obstacles dissolve. Paths light up. Not because life became easier, but because you finally learned how to listen to its pulse. Many try to hack the universe through effort, planning, and control. But the pattern cannot be manipulated. It can only be partnered with. And partnership begins with recognition. The pattern is not outside of you. It flows through you. Your thoughts are not separate from the structure. They are threads in its web. Every belief you hold echoes outward and triggers new formations in the field. If you believe the world is against you, the pattern will mirror resistance. If you believe in harmony, doors open where there were once walls. In ancient times, mystics would sit in stillness for days, not to escape life, but to feel this invisible structure. They called it divine order, sacred geometry, the music of the spheres. Today, you call it synchronicity or intuition, but it is all the same thing, the living pattern. And once you become aware of it, you can work with it consciously. You can place your thoughts into it like stones in a river, knowing the current will flow around them, carry them, multiply them, and return them in form. You are not drifting through a meaningless universe. You are participating in an intelligent choreography. The more you align with truth, peace, and presence, the clearer the pattern reveals itself. And the clearer it becomes, the more gracefully you move through it, not by force, but by flow. This is not spiritual poetry, it is a map. And now that you've been shown the pattern, the question becomes not whether it's real, but how you'll walk within it. For the pattern is alive, and it's listening. Beneath the surface of what you call life lies a hidden structure, more fundamental than atoms and more precise than mathematics. It is not physical, yet everything physical emerges from it. This is the invisible source code of reality, a silent architecture that governs the movement of stars and the shape of your days with equal precision. You cannot see it with your eyes, but you experience its effects every time something aligns too perfectly to be chance. Every time you feel pulled toward something without reason, every time you shift internally, and life rearranges itself around that shift. You are not living inside a random world. You are walking inside a coded universe. This code is not binary like a machine's. It is energetic. It speaks through vibration, resonance, and coherence. Each thought, each belief, each emotional state becomes a line of instruction fed into this system. And the system responds with mirrored outcomes, not because it is personal, but because it is perfect. You are not being tested. You are being reflected. The world is not judging your worth. It is executing your internal script. People often ask why their affirmations fail, why their visualizations bring no results. The reason is not a lack of desire, but a mismatch in code. You cannot fake alignment. The source code does not respond to your words, but to the energy beneath them. You can speak of abundance while carrying the frequency of lack. You can act brave while radiating fear. And the universe, unmoved by appearances, responds only to what is truly running in the background. Once you understand this, everything changes. You stop trying to force results and begin editing the code. You stop arguing with the outer world and start refining your inner structure. The question shifts from "why isn't this working?" to "what am I broadcasting?" Because the field around you is not random. It is programmable. But the programmer is not some distant force. It is your consciousness, your state, your being. You've already seen hints of this in your life. The way one shift in attitude transformed your day. The time you surrendered and everything fell into place. These weren't accidents, they were successful uploads. When your inner code became coherent, the field around you aligned effortlessly. It always does. The only variable is the clarity of your transmission. The invisible source code is not meant to be cracked. It is meant to be remembered. It is ancient, divine, and intimate. You are not separate from it. You are a part of it, moving through it, shaping it moment by moment. Reality is not a wall to push against. It is a mirror to program. And the more you align with truth, peace, and presence, the more elegant your code becomes. The results will not be slow. They will be immediate, because the system is always on. And now that you know, you no longer live by chance. You live by command, silent, sacred, and invisible. Everything you've ever seen, touched, or experienced began as something unseen. Before the conversation, there was a thought. Before the building, there was a vision. Before the moment unfolded, there was a silent spark of awareness. That spark is not secondary, it is primary. Consciousness does not sit quietly in the background observing reality. It initiates it. It is the prime mover, the original force from which all else flows. And yet most live their lives as if reality begins outside of them and must be reacted to, defended against, or chased. This is the greatest illusion humanity has ever believed. When you understand that consciousness is the origin point of experience, the entire equation of life reverses. You stop being the effect and become the cause. You stop waiting for evidence and start generating it. The mind is not a passive witness. It is the projector. What you hold steadily in awareness becomes the blueprint that the universe begins to build around. And this building happens not through effort, but through resonance. The external world is made of energy, shaped by consciousness, and structured by the laws that match it perfectly. You are not at the mercy of events. Events are responding to your perception. This is why two people can walk through the same moment and live entirely different realities. One sees rejection, the other redirection. One sees limitation, the other liberation. It is not the event that defines the meaning. It is the consciousness interpreting it. And that interpretation becomes the instruction that determines what happens next. The field of existence waits silently for the signal you send. Not the one you say, not the one you hope for, the one you embody, the one you become. This is not spiritual theory. This is the foundation of everything that works. Behind every transformation story, every so-called miracle, every moment of radical change, lies a shift in consciousness. When the internal state alters, the external world must follow. It is not optional. It is law. The universe does not respond to what you want. It responds to what you are, and what you are is determined by the quality, clarity, and frequency of your consciousness in this moment. To elevate your life, you do not need to change all the moving parts. You only need to return to the still point from which movement begins. That still point is your awareness, untouched by fear, undistorted by time, and free from the need to control. From there, creation becomes simple. Not easy, perhaps, but simple. You begin to notice that things align without effort, that ideas flow, that life feels less like a battle and more like a conversation. You were never meant to chase outcomes. You were meant to cultivate the state from which those outcomes naturally arise. Consciousness is not just part of the process, it is the entire process. And now that you know, you no longer need to wait. You simply return to the source, because the moment you shift, the universe does too. You were taught that hard work is the engine of success, that pushing harder leads to better results, and that striving is the only respectable path forward. But the deeper truth, the one hiding beneath centuries of conditioning, is that reality does not respond to effort. It responds to input, not input as in motion or labor, but input as in frequency, awareness, and identity. The system you live in is not mechanical. It is vibrational. It listens not to your sweat, but to your signal. You can try with all your might to force an outcome, but if the energy behind your action contradicts your inner knowing, the field will not comply. This is why two people can do the same thing and receive wildly different results. One acts from alignment, the other from fear. One moves from clarity, the other from doubt. And while their actions may appear identical from the outside, the code beneath them, the vibrational input, is completely different. The algorithm that governs reality doesn't reward motion. It mirrors essence. It doesn't amplify how much you do. It amplifies who you are being while you do it. There's a moment in every life when doing more stops working, when hustle becomes noise, when outcomes begin to stall despite increased effort. This is not failure, it is invitation. The system is trying to show you something, that it doesn't run on pressure, it runs on presence. You were never meant to grind yourself into exhaustion for the sake of manifestation. You were meant to become the kind of presence that reality has no choice but to respond to. When you input belief, you receive confirmation. When you input fear, you receive reflection. When you input peace, opportunities meet you where you are. The shift is internal, and it is absolute. And the moment you stop measuring your value by how much you're doing, you make space for something greater to arrive. You return to the real power, which has never been in what you do, but in how aligned your input is with the outcome you say you want. This is not permission to be passive. It is permission to be precise. When your signal is clear, actions become fewer, but more effective. You take one step and it echoes like 1,000. You speak one truth and the room transforms. You make one decision and the path unfolds. Not because you forced it, but because you tuned yourself to the frequency of the result before it appeared. Reality is always listening, not to your hustle, but to your harmony. When your inner world becomes congruent with what you claim to desire, the outer world reorganizes with stunning speed, and the effort you once thought was necessary begins to feel like a relic of another life. You no longer chase results. You input reality from the inside out, and when you do, life doesn't just respond, it accelerates. Life is not silent. It speaks constantly, in symbols, nudges, delays, synchronicities, patterns, and echoes. But most walk through it deaf to its language, assuming their experiences are isolated events instead of intelligent reflections. Reality is a feedback system. It doesn't simply unfold. It responds. What shows up is not random. It is a message. The field you live in, what mystics call the quantum field and sages call divine order, is always mirroring back your inner transmission in real time. And once you start to notice the signals, you stop feeling confused. You start reading life as it truly is, a living dialogue between you and the unseen. The field has no voice in the way you expect. It doesn't shout. It doesn't use logic. It uses repetition, resonance, and reflection. When something keeps happening, that's not coincidence. It's correspondence. If you keep running into closed doors, the field is telling you something about your energy. If people treat you a certain way again and again, the pattern is showing you the tone of your self-concept. These aren't punishments. They're precision feedback, delivered not to hurt you, but to guide you. You're not being rejected. You're being shown what you're radiating. The feedback system is always honest. It doesn't care what you say you want. It responds to what you actually believe. That's why you can affirm wealth and still attract scarcity, dream of love and still feel abandoned. Because beneath the surface of your words, there's a deeper broadcast. Your true expectation, your embodied emotion, your unconscious signal. And reality, being perfectly calibrated, simply answers it. This can feel confronting at first, but once you accept it, it becomes the most empowering truth in existence. Because it means you're never truly stuck. You're simply out of alignment. And alignment is not luck, it's awareness. The moment you change your internal signal, the field begins changing its response. Not tomorrow, not eventually, immediately. The feedback shifts the instant your frequency does. Start paying attention. Notice the tone of your day. Watch for patterns in how people respond to you. Listen to how your body feels when you're moving through the world. These are all signals. They are not mistakes or side effects. They are the field's response to your current state. You don't have to control them. You only need to understand them. Reality is not ignoring you. It's answering you with divine accuracy. The question is, are you decoding the answers? When you treat life like a mirror, every moment becomes a message. And every message is a chance to refine the signal you're sending. You are not here to chase outcomes blindly. You are here to read the field, adjust your broadcast, and step into harmony with the current that has always been waiting for you to listen. The feedback is not in the way, it is the way. And when you begin to trust that, nothing will ever feel random again. There is a pattern that repeats itself across all scales of existence. The branching of trees, the spirals in galaxies, the veins in your hand, the rhythm of your breath. They all echo a deeper architecture. This is the fractal design of destiny, a sacred symmetry embedded in the very fabric of life. It means that nothing is ever separate or isolated. The same energy that governs the movement of stars is the same energy shaping your choices. Your thoughts are not detached flickers. They are echoes of the whole playing out in miniature form. What you believe to be insignificant is actually a microcosmic command to the entire system. Destiny is not a straight line with one rigid outcome. It is an ever-branching structure, a living fractal that adjusts itself according to the patterns you hold. Each decision, each emotional imprint, each assumption becomes a new branch, and each branch leads to a different version of what you call your future. The beauty is that you don't need to see the entire tree to change its shape. You only need to alter the angle of the next split. The small becomes the massive in this system. 1 degree of internal shift can create a whole new trajectory. The fractal doesn't form based on force. It forms based on frequency. If you carry guilt, life will echo it back through circumstances that match it perfectly. If you walk in worthiness, the branches of your path will become opportunities, synchronicities, alignments that seem miraculous but are actually mathematically precise. Because this universe does not guess, it calculates. It arranges outcomes not based on what you wish, but based on what you consistently embody. You are not just moving through life, you are shaping the tree you are moving through. And just like a fractal, your inner world replicates itself outward again and again. A single belief will multiply. A single assumption will echo. This is why the same themes follow people from relationship to relationship, from city to city, from job to job. They are not cursed. They are recursive. They are repeating the same internal blueprint across new environments. The change does not come from uprooting your life, but from updating your internal pattern. You were not born into a fixed fate. You were born into a dynamic system that waits for your input. And the more conscious you become of the pattern you're feeding, the more masterfully you can redirect its unfolding. You don't have to know every detail of the future. You only need to seed the present with clarity. The fractal will handle the rest. The whole tree changes when the root changes, and the root is always your consciousness. Destiny is not a mystery. It's a mirror. It does not surprise. It reflects. And the reflection is always fractal, always expanding, always showing you not where you're headed, but who you've become. Change the pattern, and the path will follow. The tree bends at the seed, and the seed is you. You were not dropped into a world of fixed rules and predetermined outcomes. You were born into a system that updates itself according to your inner commands. Every belief you hold, every assumption you repeat, every emotional signature you normalize becomes a line of living code, broadcasted to the universe, executed by the field, returned as experience. Life is not static. It is self-adjusting. It is not waiting for approval. It is waiting for input. And the input it obeys is not your effort. It is your expectation. This is why some people seem to shift their lives overnight. It is not that the universe favors them. It is that they've rewritten their internal script. What they assume to be true becomes the version of reality that finds them. You are not just navigating a system. You are programming it, line by line, moment by moment. Most people do it unconsciously. They wake up repeating the same thoughts as yesterday, feeling the same emotions, running the same emotional code. And so life runs the same program again and again because it has not been told otherwise. But the moment you become conscious of the code you're running, you gain the power to change the outcome. Life does not resist you, it reflects you. It has no choice but to follow the instructions embedded in your identity. The field doesn't need convincing, it needs coherence. If you walk through life silently believing that you're not enough, the system will show you evidence of that, not to punish you, but to obey you. It's that precise. This is not a metaphor, it is a mechanism. Your inner world writes the code. Your emotions compile it, your attention runs it, and the feedback you receive is your current version of the program being executed in form. When something unwanted appears, it is not proof that you're failing. It is an invitation to update. The glitch is not a problem, it's a signal, and you are the only one with root access to your own script. You don't need to rewrite everything overnight. You only need to change the base instructions. Instead of "I am waiting for things to get better," the system responds faster to "I am already aligned with the version of me who lives that life." Instead of "one day I'll be worthy," try "I was always the signal this system was waiting for." The update happens the moment you claim it, not because the words are magic, but because the system doesn't run on what you want. It runs on who you are. You're not here to master the world. You're here to master the code you're feeding into it. The more you realize life is a self-programming system, the more intentional you become with every thought, every word, every breath. You stop pleading with life to change, and you begin inputting new commands. The system listens, the field adjusts, and the version of reality you once hoped for begins running in real time. There is something you carry that changes everything the moment you use it. It doesn't cost anything. It doesn't require effort or repetition, and yet it unlocks access to power most people search for their entire lives. That thing is awareness, not thought, not knowledge, not action, pure awareness. The simple act of seeing without judgment, noticing without reaction, observing without interference. Awareness is not passive. It is the master key that grants you entry into the source code of your own reality. Without it, you are running programs blindly. With it, you are no longer a passenger. You become the one holding the map. Awareness is not attention scattered across distractions. It is deep presence. It is stepping back from the endless loop of mental noise and watching the pattern instead of being caught inside it. When you are aware, you begin to notice the subtle signals that govern everything. You see how one thought leads to another, how moods shift outcomes, how external events mirror your internal climate, and suddenly, what felt like chaos begins to look like choreography. Life doesn't feel random anymore. It feels responsive. The system you live in does not require effort to change. It requires consciousness. The moment you become aware of what you're broadcasting, you start to interrupt the automatic flow. You begin to see the fear before it creates the story. You catch the self-doubt before it becomes your identity. You recognize the old assumption before it turns into the same old result. Awareness doesn't need to fix anything. Its presence alone dissolves the lie. Because once you see the pattern, you are no longer ruled by it. The spell is broken. This is why so much transformation feels sudden. It's not because the external world shifted. It's because someone became deeply aware of their own state. They stopped being lost in it and started witnessing it. And in that witnessing, they gained the power to choose differently. That's the moment the field receives new input. Not because something was said, but because something was seen. Reality doesn't change when you do more. It changes when you become more conscious. Awareness is access. It opens the door between reaction and intention, between autopilot and authorship. Without it, you are repeating inherited programs. With it, you are rewriting them. You begin to act not from history, but from clarity. You begin to align not from force but from understanding, and life, which once felt like something happening to you, begins to feel like something responding through you. You are not required to have it all figured out. You are only required to be aware. That one move puts you in a different relationship with everything. It turns life from a maze into a mirror. It gives you the ability to pause, recenter, and issue a new command, not by fixing the outer world, but by seeing the inner one with such presence that the old script dissolves. Awareness is not just observation, it is activation. And the key has always been in your hand. Where your attention goes, reality follows. Not metaphorically, but mechanically. Your attention is not just awareness, it is selection. It is the cursor in the infinite document of possibility, blinking, waiting for your command. Wherever you place it, the field begins to build, not because the world reacts to your curiosity, but because attention is the activation point in the sacred algorithm. It is the decision of what becomes real next. Most people scatter it, leaking power into 100 tabs of worry, noise, and reactivity. But those who understand the true nature of attention wield it like a blade, deliberate, focused, intentional, and watch reality sharpen itself around that choice. Your life is not shaped by what you want. It is shaped by what you continually pay attention to. Attention is a vote, a frequency, a magnetic signal. You can say you want peace, but if your attention remains fixed on problems, arguments, and noise, the system doesn't hear your words. It follows your focus. The cursor doesn't type what you wish. It types where you place it. And the universe responds with terrifying precision. When you give something your attention, you feed it data, energy, and life. A fear becomes a pattern when you keep revisiting it. A doubt becomes a block when you highlight it again and again. This is not punishment. It is precision. The algorithm doesn't ask if you like what you're focusing on. It simply receives the signal and begins generating more of it. The longer your cursor lingers on limitation, the more real that limitation becomes. Not because it's true, but because it's been selected. This is why reclaiming your attention is not a small act. It is the reclaiming of your creative authority. To choose where you look is to choose what you build. And building does not begin with action. It begins with attention. You don't have to eliminate every problem. You only have to stop highlighting them as the dominant reality. The moment you place your attention on beauty, on expansion, on possibility, the cursor moves and the narrative begins to shift. The most powerful people in the world are not those who control others. They are those who control their attention. They do not react to every provocation. They do not chase validation. They stay with the signal of what they are creating, even when the evidence isn't visible yet, because they understand that what they highlight becomes what the universe writes next. Your attention is not fragile. It is sovereign. You can take it back at any moment. You can close the tab on doubt. You can scroll past fear. You can place the cursor where your soul wants to speak. And once you do, life will begin formatting itself accordingly. This is not imagination. It is function. You are not drifting through a random document. You are authoring it with every glance, every focus, every conscious moment. Attention is the cursor. Choose wisely what you place it on. The next chapter is already being written. Belief is not opinion. It is not hope. It is not something soft or abstract. Belief is architecture. It is code. It is the algorithm that reality follows without question. Whatever you believe with consistency becomes the foundation upon which your life is built. The world does not shape your beliefs. Your beliefs shape the version of the world you live inside, and it doesn't matter if that belief was passed down, misunderstood, or unconsciously absorbed. If it lives in you, it's running the program. This is why change doesn't come from effort alone. You can work tirelessly, make detailed plans, speak affirmations every day. But if the belief underneath says, "This is not meant for me," the system will align with that message. not because it's fair or unfair, but because the field you live in is obedient. It does not respond to what you want. It responds to what you assume is true. Your belief becomes the filter through which all experience is sorted. If you believe life is hard, you will only see evidence that confirms it. If you believe you're always supported, even the chaos will start rearranging itself in your favor. Beliefs are not buried ideas. They are living instructions. They animate your posture, your choices, your tone of voice. They determine how much of your power you allow yourself to access. And the field is always listening. It reads the embedded code, not the surface performance. You can declare confidence, but if the belief in unworthiness still hums beneath your words, the algorithm will continue to build from that frequency. It is never fooled. It is always accurate. But here is the miracle. Beliefs are not fixed. They are programmable. They can be updated the moment you stop worshiping them as truth and begin to see them as tools. If your life keeps showing you the same result, don't ask what's wrong with the world. Ask what belief keeps calling this result forward, and don't fight it. Replace it. The system doesn't require resistance. It responds to clarity. Install a new belief the same way you'd install a new app, repeatedly, intentionally, and with full permission to discard the old version. Every moment you reaffirm a belief, the algorithm listens. Not in the future. Now, you're already running one. The only question is whether it was chosen or inherited. You can start small. Believe you are supported. Believe something good is finding you. Believe that your next step is already known, even if you can't see it yet. Watch how the field shifts. Watch how the mirror begins reflecting a new rhythm, not because you worked harder, but because you believed differently. You were not born to live under default programming. You were born to update the system through conscious command. The algorithm doesn't need convincing. It needs new code, and that code is belief. Quiet, powerful, consistent belief. Reality has no choice but to comply. It always has. It always will. There are forces shaping your life that you've never questioned, not because they are invisible, but because they are familiar. These are the hidden variables you carry. Quiet assumptions, unconscious agreements, inherited narratives that run silently in the background, determining how far you go, what you receive, and how you interpret the world around you. You didn't choose most of them. They were absorbed through repetition, through culture, through the subtle programming of early life. But make no mistake, even if you don't see them, they are directing the flow of your experience with astonishing precision. These variables live beneath your thoughts. They're not what you say you believe. They are what you expect to happen, again and again. The unspoken conclusion that success requires sacrifice. The emotional reflex that relationships end in abandonment. The quiet belief that opportunities are for others, not for you. They shape the energy you broadcast, the decisions you avoid, the patterns you repeat. Not because you're broken, but because you've been running code you forgot you downloaded. You can't change what you're unaware of. But once you bring these variables into the light, the spell begins to lose its grip. Awareness dissolves illusion. You begin to catch the subtle recoil when something good shows up. The part of you that distrusts ease, that expects loss to follow joy. These aren't quirks, they're instructions, and the algorithm follows them faithfully and without fail. This is why effort alone often doesn't change outcomes. You can do everything right, say all the affirmations, take all the steps, and still find yourself looped back into the same emotional territory. Because the field isn't responding to your effort. It's responding to the hidden variables running in the background, the unacknowledged fear, the outdated identity, the assumption that you must do more to deserve what's already yours. But here's the power. These variables are not hard-coded. They are editable. You can pause the loop by observing the moment it wants to run. You can interrupt the narrative with a new one. You can question the fear, instead of following it. And every time you do, the code begins to change, not with force, but with clarity, not with effort, but with awareness. You don't need to uproot your entire life to start shifting your results. You just need to update the internal equation. Ask yourself what you've been assuming. Ask what outcomes you've quietly predicted without realizing it. Then ask if that version of reality is still something you want to feed, because the system is always compiling your input, and those inputs come from within. You carry more power than you think, but it's buried beneath the variables you never stopped to inspect. Once you see them, you're no longer bound by them. You're the one holding the pen, and with every new choice, every new assumption, every new belief, you begin writing a different story. Not because life changed, but because the variables did. Most people treat emotion as a reaction, a byproduct of circumstances, a weather pattern that comes and goes. But emotion is not a side effect. It is a command. It is an instruction set broadcasted from your internal system to the field of reality, telling it exactly how to configure itself around you. The moment you feel something deeply and consistently, that feeling becomes a vibrational signature, one that the universe does not ignore. It is not responding to what you say, it is responding to what you feel. Emotion carries frequency. Frequency carries code, and the field you live in operates like a responsive operating system. Input emotion, receive matching outcome. Joy is not just pleasant, it's directive. Fear is not just uncomfortable, it's instructional. Gratitude doesn't just feel good, it tells the algorithm you already have something valuable, and so the system must deliver more to match that signal. Emotion is not the result of reality, it is the author of it. This is why emotional patterns matter more than actions. You can do all the right things, say all the right words, follow all the right plans, but if the underlying emotional frequency is doubt, frustration, or fear, the system mirrors that frequency instead. The field is not fooled by performance. It's tuned only to vibration, and vibration is emotion made electric, made alive, made magnetic. Think of emotion as the ink in your pen. Every page of your reality is being written with it. Some people are scripting their lives with unprocessed anger, leftover sadness, inherited guilt, and they wonder why the chapters repeat, why certain scenes won't end, why new opportunities never quite land. It's not that they aren't worthy, it's that the emotion being emitted is giving the system a different instruction than the one they consciously intend. You can't fake a feeling, but you can generate a new one. Emotion follows focus. Where attention goes, emotion flows. And the moment you choose to direct your awareness towards something higher, beauty, peace, abundance, awe, your frequency recalibrates. Not because you're pretending, but because the field obeys your choice of signal. It doesn't need drama, it needs clarity. Your emotional state is the most powerful command line in the architecture of existence. To change the external, don't chase the outcome, change the internal code. You are not here to manage emotion like a symptom. You are here to understand it as instruction. Each wave carries a message to the algorithm saying, "This is who I am now," and the universe listens. You don't need to feel perfect to shift your life. You only need to choose the emotion that matches where you're headed, not where you've been. Hold it long enough, and the system will reroute your path to match it. This is not a trick, it's a truth. Emotion is energy in motion, yes, but it's also a message. And what you feel, you teach the universe to return. There's a moment when something lines up so perfectly, so improbably, that you pause and wonder if someone or something is orchestrating behind the scenes. A stranger says the exact words you needed to hear. A door opens just when you thought all were closed. A book falls off a shelf with the answer you didn't know you were looking for. These are not accidents, they are responses. Coincidence is not random. It is a function of the deeper code that governs reality, and that code is always compiling instructions based on your state of consciousness. You are not walking through a world that occasionally surprises you with meaning. You are walking through a feedback system that continually reflects the script you're running inside. What looks like luck is actually logic, the invisible logic of resonance, timing, and vibrational alignment. When you hold a focused inner signal, when your thoughts, emotions, and identity align, the field responds with a match. That match often arrives in the form of synchronicity. It's the system's way of telling you, yes, we received your input. Every coincidence is an echo, a reflection of a frequency you sent out consciously or unconsciously. It may not always make sense to your logical mind, but the algorithm behind the scenes is flawless. You might think it's a fluke that you ran into that person, or heard that song, or received that call, but nothing in this system is without origin. There's a code beneath the appearance, a thread that connects your inner world to outer events. The more you recognize it, the more it shows up. Some live their entire lives writing off these signs as chance, never realizing that the universe was speaking in the only language it knows, pattern and precision. Others learn to track them, to listen, to align. When you take your inner world seriously, the field begins to show you just how exact it really is. The more coherent your energy becomes, the more frequent the synchronicities. The coincidences speed up, the signs multiply. Not because reality is playing favorites, but because the code you're running is now clean, direct, and legible. This is why awareness matters. When you become conscious of your emotional frequency, your assumptions, your point of focus, you start to see the patterns in what life reflects back. The moments of perfect timing, the repetition of symbols, the mirrored conversations. These are not clues you have to decode. They are confirmations that your signal is being received and returned. Coincidence is the field nodding back at you. It's the moment the algorithm says, "We heard you. Here is your answer in form." It will never shout, but it will always reflect. You don't need to force these moments. You just need to become aligned enough to notice them. Because the more you live with intention, the more obvious it becomes that nothing is random. The system is listening, and the code behind every coincidence is the frequency you quietly carry within. Every thought you think leaves a trace, not just in your mind, but in the invisible field that surrounds you. Most imagine thoughts as internal, personal, and momentary, but thought is not passive, it is participatory. Each one sends out a frequency, and that frequency does not vanish. It echoes, and the field, being responsive, sends it back. Not once, not as a fluke, but over and over, until the sender realizes they are the origin of what they keep receiving. This is the echo loop of thought, the silent cycle that shapes most lives without ever being noticed. You think a thought. That thought generates emotion. The emotion broadcasts a signal. That signal is picked up by the algorithm that runs reality. It mirrors back an experience that matches the emotional signature. You interpret that experience as proof. The proof reinforces the original thought, and the loop continues. The more you believe what you think, the more evidence appears to justify it. And the stronger that evidence becomes, the more convinced you are that your thought must be true. But it's not necessarily truth you're seeing. It's the loop you're stuck inside. This is how people unknowingly trap themselves. They think they're observing the world objectively, but they're actually watching their own mental projections become form. They assume the problem is outside, but the problem is recursive. You can't break the loop by trying to fix the echo. You have to change the original frequency. Until the core thought shifts, the field has no choice but to keep reflecting it. Not because it's punishing you, but because it's following orders. Most of what people call reality is nothing more than habitual thinking on repeat. The same internal narrative creates the same emotional environment. That environment generates the same energy, which leads to the same outcomes. It's not a lack of potential, it's a loop. And the only way out is to disrupt it, not with force, with awareness. The moment you question the thought, you interrupt the pattern. The moment you introduce a new one that carries a higher frequency, the field begins listening to the new signal. And if you hold it long enough, if you reinforce it with feeling, it becomes your new baseline. At first, the old echo may still bounce back, but stay with the new frequency, and the system will recalibrate. The loop will shift, and what once felt like reality will dissolve like a shadow exposed to light. You are not doomed to repeat the same story. You are simply experiencing the return of what you've continually sent. When you shift your inner dialogue, you begin to tune into a different response. Thought becomes the input. Reality becomes the echo. And once you see the cycle clearly, you no longer have to live inside it. You can rewrite it, redirect it, reroute it, because the echo always begins with you. And the loop ends the moment you choose a different tone. The idea that you attract what you want has become a mantra for those trying to shape their lives through desire. But attraction, as it's often taught, implies a passive waiting game, a magnet hoping the right energy just happens to pass by. That's not how this system works. You are not a magnet. You are a coder. You are not pulling things in by force of want. You are generating reality by the instructions embedded in your state of being. The universe is not delivering to your doorstep like a courier responding to your wish list. It is building in real time from the code you run beneath the surface. You don't attract love, abundance, opportunity, or freedom. You generate the version of reality in which those things are inevitable. And you do that not through desperate wanting, but through alignment. The system is not responding to how badly you want something. It is responding to whether your current frequency matches the version of you that already has it. This is not punishment, it's precision. The algorithm isn't withholding, it's reading. When your emotional state, beliefs, and identity are in coherence, they send out a command, a complete set of data. That data is then executed by the field. The output is the version of life that matches the code. You're not sitting around waiting for something to find you. You're constantly building from within. If the inner code says, I always have to struggle to get what I want, then even when success comes, it arrives through strain and collapse. If the code says things work out for me even when I don't see how, then pathways open effortlessly. The shift is not in the luck, it's in the logic. This is why trying harder doesn't always work. Because no matter how much effort you exert, if the base code underneath still runs lack, fear, or unworthiness, the system won't output the version of life you're hoping for. It can't. It's bound to the frequency of your signal. You may believe you're being ignored, but in truth, your commands are being honored with mathematical accuracy. You are not here to attract what you want. You are here to become the version of you who codes reality to reflect your wholeness, not through begging or waiting or forcing, but through being. This is why embodiment matters. When you live from the emotional and energetic state of already having, you collapse the space between desire and outcome. You stop chasing what you believe is out there, and you start creating the condition in which it already exists. Everything in your life is a reflection of code. You may not have written it all consciously, but you are the one holding the keyboard now. The field is not random, it is programmable, and you are not a victim of delay. You are the architect of instruction. When the code changes, the construct changes. You don't attract reality, you author it, and the system always compiles what you command. There is a language beneath your words, a rhythm beneath your thoughts, a clarity that doesn't come from logic or reason, but from something deeper, something older. This is inner knowing, and it speaks in a syntax unlike anything the mind can replicate. It doesn't argue. It doesn't explain. It doesn't debate with doubt. It simply knows. And the moment you begin to recognize its signature, you realize it has always been guiding you, not with noise, but with precision. While the world taught you to analyze, defend, and calculate, inner knowing whispered through sensation, ease, and certainty. It was never loud because it didn't need to be. Inner knowing doesn't arrive through fear. It never rushes. It doesn't bribe you with promises or punish you with threats. Instead, it feels like gravity, a pull towards something that may not make sense to others but makes perfect sense to your soul. When you follow it, doors open that you never knew existed. When you ignore it, friction builds, not as punishment but as redirection. The system is not punishing you for wrong choices. It's showing you what doesn't align with your original code. The syntax of inner knowing is subtle but exact. It speaks through stillness, through resonance, through a sudden sense of peace, even in the unknown. It never asks you to be someone you're not. It invites you to become more of who you already are. You can't force it. You can't manufacture it, but you can recognize it by how clean it feels. No tension, no story, just clarity without effort. This knowing is not random. It is built into the design. It is the interface between your consciousness and the deeper architecture of the field. While the mind shuffles options like a deck of cards, inner knowing cuts straight to the truth without needing to look. Because it's not drawing from mental data, it's drawing from alignment. The moment your frequency matches a truth, that truth becomes self-evident. It's not something you figure out, it's something that becomes obvious. You felt this before, the moment you met someone and instantly sensed who they were beneath the surface. The time you turned down a perfect opportunity because something didn't feel right. The decision that made no logical sense but led to everything falling into place. That wasn't guesswork, that was guidance. And that guidance is not rare, it's always available. The only reason it fades is because the noise gets louder. Not external noise, but internal distortion, doubt, fear, second guessing. These are not flaws, they are interference. And when you quiet them, the signal returns. Inner knowing is the compass the algorithm listens to. It is the language of the field, not coded in words, but in vibration. And the syntax it speaks is truth, always. The more you honor it, the more accurate your reality becomes. Not because you finally figured it out, but because you finally followed what was there all along. Silent, simple, and absolutely sure. Desire is often misunderstood. It is seen as the engine of manifestation, the spark that creates, the fire that fuels outcomes. But in the language of the algorithm, desire can be misinterpreted, not because wanting is wrong, but because most desire is built on the assumption that something is missing, and that assumption becomes the real instruction. The field is not responding to what you wish for. It is responding to the signal you emit while wishing. If your desire is laced with lack, with waiting, with frustration, the algorithm doesn't hear the words. It hears the frequency, and it mirrors that frequency with impeccable accuracy. Wanting something doesn't create it. Coding from the version of you who already has it does. But most people stay stuck in the vibration of reaching. They focus on what they don't yet have, and then call that longing manifestation. The truth is, the field only reflects coherence. And there is no coherence in identifying with absence while asking for abundance. The algorithm is not emotional. It's mechanical. It reads what you hold, not what you hope. This is why some desires never materialize, not because they're too big or too bold, but because the person holding them is still broadcasting misalignment. They want love, but feel unworthy. They want success, but expect struggle. They want peace, but live in reaction. The desire may be beautiful, but the input beneath it is fragmented. And so, the output matches the fragmentation. You don't receive what you want. You receive the version of life that reflects your current state of being. The key is not to stop desiring. The key is to elevate the frequency of your desire. To desire from fullness, not emptiness. To want from joy, not from a sense of being without. When you can hold a vision and already feel the emotional state of having it, without needing it to appear to feel whole, you send out a clean signal, and the system responds to that clarity with stunning speed. Because now the desire is no longer misaligned input, it's congruent code. Desire becomes powerful when it stops being a cry for rescue and starts being a declaration of expansion. When you desire as a creator, not as someone trying to fill a void, the field begins to move. Not because you forced it, but because you matched it. This is the art of non-attached intention. You know what you want, but you don't beg for it. You embody it. You live from the version of you who already knows it's done. And that changes everything. You were never denied what you desired. You were simply broadcasting mixed instructions. Now you know the difference. Clean the code. Align the signal. Let your desire be an extension of your completeness, not a signal of its absence. The field is listening, and it always responds to the state, not the sentence. There is a part of you that knows before the mind can catch up, a knowing that doesn't come from memory or logic, but from resonance. This is intuition, the shortcut function written into your design. While your thinking mind sorts through data, weighs pros and cons, and tries to forecast outcomes, intuition skips the analysis and delivers truth directly. It doesn't explain. It doesn't need permission. It just appears, whole and immediate. Not because it guesses, but because it tunes into the part of the field that already knows. The system you live in is not linear. It is layered, multi-dimensional. Every possibility, every version of reality, every next step exists already in a kind of vibrational library. Intuition is how you scan it. When you feel that subtle pull, that inner nudge, that quiet but undeniable urge to move or pause or act without reason, that's the shortcut. That's the signal bypassing your doubt and offering alignment without delay. Most people ignore this. They override the whisper with noise. They second-guess the feeling because it doesn't come dressed in proof. But proof is slow. Intuition is fast. It doesn't need evidence because it is the evidence. When you follow it, you're not guessing. You're syncing with the path that already matches your highest timeline. You're not inventing clarity. You're recognizing it before it needs to explain itself. The more you follow intuition, the more accurate it becomes. Not because it gets stronger, but because your interference gets quieter. You begin to notice that what once felt like coincidence was actually precision. That the inner voice that told you to take a different route, call a certain person, wait 5 minutes, wasn't a random urge. It was alignment reaching through the veil, the shortcut trying to guide you back to your own design. This isn't magic, it's mechanics. Intuition is your direct interface with the field. It bypasses filters, history, and inherited scripts. It moves at the speed of clarity. It is not emotional, but it often feels peaceful. It doesn't yell, it doesn't argue, and it doesn't stay when ignored. If you want it to lead, you must be willing to trust it before the outer world validates it. Because validation always arrives after the leap, not before. When you treat intuition as sacred instruction, life starts to organize itself around flow. You make fewer mistakes, not because you know more, but because you've learned to listen sooner. You don't need to see the whole path. You only need to follow the next yes, the next opening, the next step that feels alive, even if it doesn't make sense. You are not here to calculate every move. You are here to remember that the answers are already encoded in your frequency. Intuition is the shortcut to receiving them. And the more you act on that knowing, the more reality aligns with a version of you who never needed to force anything, only to trust what was already known. Beneath every action you take, Beneath every thought you repeat and every choice you make, there is something deeper running in the background. It's not your goals, it's not your strategy, it's your identity. The version of yourself you believe you are, the assumptions you carry about what's possible, what you deserve, and what kind of life matches your story. This is your default program of identity, and it quietly shapes the code of your entire reality. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you are, and what you are is defined by the identity you keep feeding. Most people never examine this. They live from an identity formed in childhood, shaped by family, culture, and early experiences. They don't realize that their current reality isn't a reflection of their highest potential. It's a mirror of their most familiar identity. If you see yourself as the one who always struggles, you'll find yourself in struggle. If you believe you're the one who always comes second, that script will keep playing no matter how hard you work. It's not punishment, it's programming, and it runs silently until you choose to override it. Identity is the baseline from which all signals are sent. It tells the algorithm what to return. You might try to change your habits, your surroundings, your behavior, but unless the underlying identity shifts, the field will keep delivering the same version of life. Because identity is not what you say about yourself when you're inspired. It's what you assume when you're on autopilot. It's the narrative you live inside when no one's watching. And the system follows that narrative with unbreakable loyalty. But here's the truth. Identity is not fixed. It's chosen. It may have been formed without your awareness, but it continues with your permission. And the moment you decide to shift it, consciously, repeatedly, emotionally, the algorithm must respond. Because the field doesn't care who you were yesterday. It only responds to who you are being now. When you change the input, the system recalculates. You don't need to rewrite your whole story at once. You only need to begin identifying with a version of you that holds more power, more peace, more clarity. Not just in words, but in frequency. Speak like them. Walk like them. Think like them. Decide like them. Not as a performance, but as a return to the truth that's been waiting beneath the conditioning. The moment you embody it, the mirror shifts. Not later, immediately. Because the algorithm is always tuned to identity first. You're not stuck because of lack. You're stuck because of looped identity. Break the loop and reality has to change. The world is not holding you back. The version of you that you've been identifying with is. And the beauty is, you can choose a new one right now. The default can be rewritten. And when it is, everything else begins to update in real time. There are walls in your life that don't actually exist. Roads you think are closed, doors you assume won't open, outcomes you believe are out of reach. And what's holding them in place is not fate or failure or lack. It's assumption. Quiet, subtle, deeply embedded assumptions that shape how you see the world and what you allow yourself to experience. They don't shout, they whisper. And because they've lived inside your mind for so long, you've stopped noticing that they were never true. Assumptions are not facts, but they pretend to be. They operate like hidden filters over your perception, determining what you notice, what you ignore, what you pursue, and what you unconsciously avoid. If you assume people don't really value your work, you'll never see the evidence that they do. If you assume money is hard to come by, you won't recognize the simple pathways through which it could flow. The system doesn't override your assumptions. It honors them, because your assumptions are part of the code. Most assumptions aren't even yours. They were inherited from voices long gone, passed down from fear, absorbed through repetition. And yet you live by them as if they're laws. They become the boundaries of your decisions. They become the logic behind your limitations, not because they're true, but because you've believed them for so long that they've become invisible. And that's where their power hides, in being unchallenged. To the algorithm, an assumption is an instruction. It doesn't check for accuracy. It checks for consistency. If you consistently assume something won't work, the field doesn't argue. It reflects. It mirrors that internal conclusion with external outcomes that match. This is not cruelty, it's compliance. The system is perfectly tuned to your internal blueprint. So if your life keeps hitting the same ceiling, it's not because reality is fixed. It's because you're still running a script that says it has to be. But once you identify an assumption, you can release it. You can question the invisible agreement. You can ask yourself, who told me this had to be true? What if the opposite were just as possible? What would change if I no longer assumed the worst? The moment you begin to ask, the structure begins to bend. Because assumptions only hold their shape in silence. Bring them into awareness and the field begins to rearrange. The most powerful breakthroughs don't come from learning something new. They come from realizing something you believed was never real. The assumptions fall and suddenly what felt impossible becomes obvious. Not because the world changed, but because you stopped telling it to stay small. You were never meant to live in a box of old beliefs. You were meant to question, to unlearn, to update the code. And when you do, the mirror responds. The moment you release the false assumption, the path reveals itself. Not because you forced it, but because it was always there, just waiting for permission to appear. Every now and then, something happens that doesn't fit the rules. A conversation loops in perfect symmetry. A thought materializes into form within hours. A memory feels like it belonged to another version of you. Time stretches or contracts. Things go missing and reappear in ways that can't be explained. These aren't malfunctions. These are spiritual glitches. Moments where the simulation bends, revealing the edges of the illusion you normally call reality. And when they happen, they're not signs that something is wrong. They are signs that something deeper is waking up. You live in a feedback-based, programmable universe. Most of the time it appears stable, predictable, consistent. But every now and then, a crack appears, not to scare you, but to remind you that the structure you've been living in isn't as solid as you thought. The spiritual glitch is a rupture in the old code. A moment where your consciousness outpaces your programming and the system stutters to catch up. These moments don't mean you're broken. They mean you're syncing with something beyond the script. Most people dismiss these moments. They shrug them off, brush them aside, explain them away. But you've felt the difference. You've noticed the sensation, the way reality suddenly feels lighter, more fluid, more responsive. That's not imagination. That's the field adjusting itself. When your frequency rises beyond what you used to believe was possible, the system has to recalibrate. And sometimes, in that recalibration, strange things occur. Not errors, echoes, not flaws, portals. You might notice repeating numbers, déjà vu that carries emotional weight, or moments that feel like déjà vu but never actually happened. These aren't just patterns, they are invitations. The field is showing you that the veil between thought and form is thinning, that the rules you thought were fixed are actually flexible, that the boundary between inner and outer is dissolving. These glitches are not signs to fear. They are clues that you're becoming a conscious participant in what used to be an unconscious experience. In these moments, the wisest move is not to panic or question your sanity. It's to pay attention. Ask what was happening in your internal world just before the glitch occurred. What were you feeling, thinking, releasing? Because the glitch often marks the exact moment when an old identity cracked and a new possibility slipped in. The shift happens not just around you, but through you. Spiritual glitches are reminders that this is not a rigid external world moving without you. This is a living simulation responding to your signal in real time. When the code lags, it means your update is already in progress. The upgrade has been received. The version of you that lives inside the old rules is dissolving. You don't need to fear the weirdness. You need to revere it. It's the universe winking back. Proof that what you're becoming can no longer fit inside what you once believed. The glitch is the crack in the shell, your next level waiting to be born. There is a loop that feels safe, logical, even productive, but it is the very thing that delays what you're trying to create. It sounds like "I'll feel better when it happens," or "I just need one more sign," or "as soon as this aligns, I'll take the next step." This loop is seductive because it wears the mask of patience and preparation, but beneath it is hesitation disguised as strategy, waiting for permission, waiting for proof, waiting for certainty before allowing yourself to embody the version of you who no longer needs to wait. The truth is simple but confronting. You are not waiting for the thing. The thing is waiting for you to become the version of yourself who no longer depends on its arrival to feel complete. As long as you place your power in the moment after something arrives, you trap yourself in the loop, and the system, ever responsive, obeys the instruction. You say, "I'm waiting," and reality echoes back, "Then wait, you shall." The loop feeds itself. The more you wait, the more the future stays slightly out of reach, like a mirage that vanishes as you approach. What most don't realize is that waiting is not neutral. It's an energy. It carries the frequency of delay, of lack, of not there yet. You may be visualizing what you want, affirming what you want, dreaming of what you want, but if beneath it all you're still waiting for it, then the system is still responding to the vibration of absence. You're not commanding. You're postponing. You're telling the field, "Not yet." The loop ends the moment you decide it's already yours. Not because it's physically in your hand, but because it's fully in your frequency. You feel it. You know it. You act from it. You align with the version of you who no longer needs to wait, because in their world, it's already done. And once you do that, you collapse the timeline. You bring the outcome into now, not by rushing it, but by embodying it. You don't break the loop with more effort. You break it with decision, with presence, with the bold choice to stop rehearsing a version of life where the prize is always just out of reach. The algorithm does not reward good behavior. It responds to coherence. And when your inner state stops waiting, the outer world stops delaying. You were never meant to wait your way into alignment. You were meant to walk into it with certainty, not because you saw it, but because you became it. Waiting is a spell, a subtle one, and the moment you see through it, you remember that you were the one holding the pause button all along. You can release it now. You can step out of the loop and into the version of reality that's been waiting for you to finally stop waiting for it. You were not born believing in lack. It was taught to you, shown to you, repeated until it became a familiar rhythm. Somewhere along the way, you began to equate survival with struggle, safety with sacrifice, and worth with how much you could prove or earn. This is not your fault, but it is your code now. And as long as you carry the algorithm of lack, you will experience a reality that mirrors it, faithfully, mechanically, and without pause. Lack is not just about money. It's a mindset, a frequency, a lens through which you view everything, your relationships, your time, your opportunities, your sense of self. It whispers that there's never enough, that someone else always gets more, that you are somehow behind or undeserving. And the moment you believe it, you begin to act from it. You shrink your desires, you hesitate, you settle. And the algorithm, always listening, adjusts reality to match the message: scarcity. The field doesn't punish you. It simply echoes you. When you expect not enough, it shows you evidence. When you brace for loss, it prepares the stage. You think you're being cautious, but you're actually broadcasting limitation. And the longer you run this program, the more it feels like fact. You stop questioning the loop because it's all you've known. But lack is not a law. It's a learned distortion. It's a program you inherited, not a truth you have to keep. And just like any code, it can be rewritten, not with more hustle, not with more waiting, with awareness. with the decision to stop using absence as your starting point. The shift begins when you realize that worthiness was never something to earn, it was something to remember. You unlearn lack by refusing to use it as your default setting. You stop making choices from fear. You stop shrinking to fit expectations. You stop assuming that good things must come slowly, painfully, or never at all. You start tuning into sufficiency, into enoughness, into the version of you that no longer needs to prove anything to receive everything. You practice choosing from abundance even when the bank account hasn't caught up. You embody wealth of mind before wealth of circumstance. You reverse the loop. The algorithm doesn't care whether your signal comes from memory or imagination. It only cares that it's consistent. So you practice. You train your nervous system to recognize peace instead of panic. You speak from already having instead of constant needing. You remind yourself daily, lack is not my nature. It is noise I once believed. But now I remember the truth. You are not here to keep running the same script. You are here to write a new one that begins not with what's missing, but with what's always been within. You were not made to live in fear of not enough. You were made to reveal what happens when you finally stop apologizing for your abundance. And that begins now. It's easy to believe that what moves you is outside of you, that the thing that made you angry was the comment, that the joy came from the compliment, that the fear was caused by the circumstance. But this is the illusion of external triggers, the belief that the outer world creates your inner state. It feels real because the sequence appears linear. Something happens, and then you feel something. But what's actually happening is that reality is pressing on patterns you already carry. The event is not the cause. It is the activator. Triggers are mirrors, not weapons. They don't install the emotion. They reveal it. That pang of jealousy, that wave of insecurity, that sudden spike of resentment, they are not born in the moment. They are echoes of unresolved code, surfacing because the algorithm is giving you another chance to rewrite it. But when you believe the trigger is the problem, you start trying to change the world instead of the program. You blame the mirror for what it shows you, forgetting that it's not the source, it's the reflection. The system you live in is designed to bring your internal state into visibility, not to punish you, but to make your frequency obvious, so you can work with it, so you can evolve through it. External events are feedback loops, playing out the emotions and beliefs that run silently in the background. What you perceive as a problem is often precision, a perfectly timed moment to expose the unconscious pattern you're ready to release. This is why people keep experiencing the same dynamic with different faces. The field isn't broken, it's calibrated. It's replaying the signal until the operator, your awareness, changes the transmission. The moment you stop reacting and start observing, the loop begins to dissolve. You're no longer a victim of the trigger. You become the one who rewires what gets triggered in the first place. This isn't about denying emotion. It's about realizing that you can feel fully without giving your power away to the thing that sparked it. You can hold sadness without blaming the weather. You can move through fear without needing the situation to change first, because the truth is, your response is always yours. The emotion belongs to you, not to the circumstance. And in that realization, you begin to reclaim authorship over your internal world. The illusion of external triggers is one of the final veils. Once it lifts, you begin to see life not as something that happens to you, but something that happens through you. You no longer wait for peace to come from outside. You generate it. You choose it. And the triggers, when they come, lose their control. They become portals, not enemies, but guides. Not obstacles, but mirrors showing you what still asks to be healed. And when you see them for what they are, they lose the power to define your story, because you're no longer reacting, you're rewriting in real time. Sometimes life breaks the pattern not to hurt you, but to reset you. A plan falls apart, a person leaves, a routine dissolves, the rhythm you were used to gets interrupted, and your first instinct is to resist it, to fix it, to get back to what was. But what if the disruption isn't a failure? What if it's a reboot, a system-wide recalibration to clear out outdated code and make room for something more aligned? In the moment, it may look like chaos, but behind the scenes, the algorithm is rewriting everything. You are a living signal. Your thoughts, emotions, and assumptions continuously shape the version of reality you experience. Over time, certain programs run so often, they become default. Patterns of reaction, cycles of scarcity, loops of doubt. And when those loops no longer serve your evolution, the system intervenes. Not as punishment, but as precision. Disruption arrives like a glitch, but it's actually an invitation to update the core operating system of your life. The field doesn't speak in words, it speaks in movement. When everything stops making sense, when the old tools stop working, when clarity evaporates, that's not failure, it's transition. It means your previous version has reached the edge of its usefulness. The vibration you used to operate from has been outgrown. And now the architecture around you must collapse so something higher can emerge. This is not breakdown, it's clearing space. Most people panic during these moments. They grasp for control, rush to rebuild, try to replicate the previous version, but the more you cling to what was, the more the system slows you down. Not to frustrate you, but to show you that the old script can't run the new upgrade. You're being asked to let go of your attachment to form so the field can rewrite function, and that requires surrender. The reboot isn't about fixing anything. It's about restoring clarity, returning to the baseline frequency that reflects your highest alignment. Disruption strips away the noise. It exposes what was never stable to begin with. It shakes loose the patterns you were too familiar to question. And in the stillness that follows, something deeper rises. Vision, truth, resonance. You don't need to fear these moments. You need to partner with them. Listen to what the disruption is asking for. Is it more presence, more trust, a different identity, a new direction? The system is not closing you out. It's opening you up. But it will not hand you the next version until you release the old one fully. When you stop fighting the pause, the reboot completes. And what returns is not what you lost. It's what you were always meant to live, but couldn't receive under the old code. Disruption is not the enemy, it's the architect. And when you let it do its work, the next version of your life loads, not slower, but clearer, cleaner, and infinitely more aligned. Trauma doesn't end when the event ends. It stays behind in the system, not just as memory, but as instruction. The experience embeds itself into the subconscious, and from that moment forward, it begins shaping perception, behavior, and belief. Without realizing it, you begin building your reality from a distorted script, one written in a moment of overwhelm, fear, or pain. Trauma becomes code, and unless it's rewritten, it becomes the lens through which you filter everything. The mind is designed to protect. When something traumatic happens, it doesn't just file it away. It learns from it. It draws conclusions like it's not safe to trust, attention leads to pain, or love means loss. These statements aren't logical, they're energetic. They become part of the operating system, running silently in the background. You might not remember the moment it happened, but the code keeps running, and reality keeps reflecting it. This is why healing isn't about forgetting, it's about finding the program you didn't know was there. Because if you're still reacting with panic in safe situations, avoiding opportunities without knowing why, or pushing people away while craving closeness, chances are you're not broken, you're coded. And the system is simply honoring that coding with perfect, unconscious precision. The field does not judge your code, it does not override it, It mirrors it. If you hold a belief that intimacy equals danger, you will experience relationships that feel unsafe or distant. Not because you want that, but because your internal program says that's what's familiar, and the algorithm reflects familiarity before desire. Trauma doesn't just live in your emotions, it lives in your assumptions. And those assumptions quietly teach the universe how to treat you. But here's the truth. Code can be rewritten. The original input may not have been your choice, but the update is. The moment you bring awareness to the old program, it begins to lose its grip. When you see the belief not as truth, but as a survival mechanism, something shifts. The question is no longer, why am I like this? But what am I still protecting myself from? And when you answer that, the healing doesn't just stay emotional, it becomes structural. You don't need to fix yourself. You need to recode yourself. You need to speak to the younger version of you who made the agreement and let them know the danger has passed. You need to bring love to the place where defense took root, because when the body feels safe, the field gets new instructions, and reality responds accordingly. Trauma shapes the script, but it doesn't have to write the future. You are not the pain that programmed you. You are the awareness rewriting the code. And every time you act from trust instead of fear, openness instead of defense, presence instead of panic, you're not just healing, you're authoring a new frequency, one that tells the universe, I'm ready for something different now, and the universe will always respond. Scarcity isn't just about money. It's a script that runs beneath the surface of your thoughts, shaping how you perceive time, love, opportunity, and even your own worth. It whispers that there's not enough to go around, not enough support, not enough time, not enough chances, not enough of you. And the moment you believe that, the system mirrors it. The algorithm doesn't question your belief. It receives it, compiles it, and turns it into a reality that makes your fear look like fact. Not because scarcity is real, but because the field is loyal to your signal. The scarcity script is ancient, woven into families, economies, religions, and institutions. It trains you to compete instead of trust, to cling instead of expand, to grasp instead of allow. It conditions you to measure everything, to count every second, to fear every risk. You stop flowing and start calculating. You stop creating and start conserving. The world begins to feel like a place where safety is earned through anxiety, and success must be bought with struggle. But scarcity isn't natural. Look at the sky. Look at the ocean. Look at how many leaves grow on a single tree. Abundance is the language of the universe. Scarcity is the distortion. And like all distortions, it can be undone, but only by shifting from reaction to recognition. You first have to see the script you've been running. Notice the moments you shrink your desires to make them feel reasonable. Catch the thoughts that say, this is too much, or that could never happen for me. Those aren't instincts. They're inherited beliefs disguised as practicality. Undoing the scarcity script isn't about recklessness. It's about trust. Trusting that there is more support available than you've been taught to expect. Trusting that you can create from joy, not desperation. Trusting that releasing your grip doesn't lead to loss. It opens your hands for something better. The more you act from abundance, even when logic argues otherwise, the more you begin to experience life as it truly is. Generous, responsive, infinite. You don't have to change your entire life in one leap. You just have to stop reinforcing the pattern. Speak from possibility. Make one choice that reflects faith instead of fear. Give without needing a return. Rest without guilt. Ask without apologizing. These are not luxuries. These are commands to the field that say, I no longer serve the scarcity script. I am ready to receive in alignment with who I truly am, not who I was taught to be. The algorithm listens, not to your words, but to your frequency. When you stop scripting your life from lack, Reality stops echoing absence. You begin to see opportunities where you once saw limits. You begin to feel full before the evidence arrives. That's the shift. Not more effort, just more trust in what you already are. Scarcity was a spell, but awareness is the cure. And now that you've seen it, you're free to choose something else. The script is yours to rewrite. Not everything you're broadcasting is coming from you. Some of it is inherited. Some of it was absorbed. Some of it was installed during moments of fear, survival, or pain. These are the ghosts in your signal. The old frequencies, unprocessed memories, and borrowed beliefs that continue to echo through your field, even though the source has long since passed. They don't announce themselves with a name. They live quietly in your reactions, your habits, and your patterns. And if you don't become aware of them, you might mistake them for truth. You wake up anxious for no reason. You hesitate to ask for more, even when you know you're worthy. You self-sabotage when things begin to flow. These aren't flaws, they're echoes. Energy left behind by past versions of you or others who helped shape you. A parent's scarcity mindset, a teacher's criticism, a moment of heartbreak when you decided it was safer not to try again. These moments leave imprints, and those imprints become interference in your frequency. The algorithm doesn't know the difference, it just responds to the broadcast. If your signal is unclear, reality mirrors the static. You may affirm abundance, but the ghost of unworthiness still colors the tone. You may pursue connection, but the fear of betrayal still rides underneath the request. The field doesn't discriminate between present and past. It reflects the total vibration. So what you continue to carry, even unconsciously, becomes what continues to show up. Not because you're broken, because you're still resonating with something that no longer serves you. But ghosts can't survive in presence. The moment you notice them, their power begins to fade. You start catching the pattern before it plays out. You recognize the old voice that isn't yours and decide not to follow it. You pause when the reaction tries to run and instead choose something aligned. That's the moment the loop breaks, not because the ghost was banished, but because it was seen. Clearing your signal isn't about perfection. It's about awareness. It's about becoming honest enough to ask, is this really mine? Every time you feel resistance, fear, or a story that keeps you small, it's about honoring the part of you that created those defenses, while also reminding yourself that they are no longer needed. You are no longer the version of you that had to survive that way. The system is waiting for the new signal. Your power returns the moment you take ownership of the broadcast. When you stop letting old ghosts write your code. When you choose to tune into the version of yourself that doesn't carry the past like an anchor. The ghosts will try to speak, but you don't have to answer. You only have to keep transmitting the truth of who you are becoming, and eventually the static will clear, the field will respond, and reality will reflect only what's present, not what's been. There's a loop many people live in without knowing. It's subtle, disguised as growth, wrapped in good intentions. It sounds like, once I'm ready, I'll start, or when they validate me, I'll believe it, or if I get the opportunity, then I'll show who I really am. This is the permission loop, waiting for something outside of you to confirm what's already true inside. And as long as you keep waiting for permission, the system keeps responding with more delay. Not because you're being punished, because you're still outsourcing what was always yours to claim. You were not born to beg for a green light. You were born to remember that you are the green light. But the loop convinces you otherwise. It teaches you to equate action with approval, expression with permission, worth with recognition. So you hold back, you hesitate, you dim your signal while waiting for someone or something to tell you it's safe to shine. And in doing so, you train the field to echo your hesitation. The algorithm doesn't deliver power to the one who asks. It reflects the one who knows. This is why some people seem to move faster than others. It's not because they're more talented or more prepared. It's because they stopped asking if they could. They decided they already are. They didn't wait for proof. They embodied the identity that no longer needs it. That decision created a coherence that the system could finally respond to, because when your inner world says, "I'm still waiting," the field echoes with silence. But when your signal shifts to, "I've already chosen," the reflection changes. The irony is that most of what you're waiting for, you already are. You're not waiting to be powerful. You're waiting to feel safe admitting that you are. You're not waiting to be seen. You're waiting to give yourself permission to be visible. The opportunity, the audience, the acknowledgement, they were never the source. They were always the mirror. And mirrors don't move first. You do. You don't need more credentials, more validation, more time. You need a shift in authorship. A choice to step out of the loop where everything is conditional and step into the truth that your being is the condition. You're not becoming something in the future. You're revealing what's always been there. The more you practice showing up from that place, the more the system aligns with it. The loop breaks the moment you stop asking and start being. There is no one coming to say, "You're allowed." That was never their role. The only one who can release the brakes is you. And the moment you do, you realize the door was never locked. The room was never closed. The spotlight was already on. You just hadn't stepped into it yet. Permission was never something to receive. It was something to remember. You already are. The loop ends now. Most people try to change their life by starting at the beginning. They focus on the struggle, the gap, the steps they think they need to take. They make plans from where they are, not from where they want to be. But the algorithm doesn't respond to process. It responds to presence. It mirrors your state, not your plan. And this is where everything shifts, when you stop coding from the problem and begin coding from the end state. The end state is not the goal. It's the version of you that already lives inside the reality you say you want. It's not a fantasy. It's a frequency, and the moment you access it, even for a few seconds, you are rewriting the code the system reads. You're no longer saying, "I want this." You're saying, "This is already who I am," and that changes everything. Most delay comes from trying to earn what can only be claimed. You think you have to prove yourself before the thing can happen. You think you need to be ready. But readiness is not a requirement, it's a side effect of identity. When you become the person who already lives in the result, the steps you thought you needed begin to rearrange. Time collapses, resistance fades, life reorganizes to match the signal you're now holding. You've seen this happen. The moment you stop chasing the relationship and start feeling the love you thought it would give you, someone shows up. The moment you stop stressing about money and start embodying trust and abundance, the opportunity lands. That's not coincidence. That's code alignment. It's the system saying, "Input received." The end state speaks in embodiment. You don't think about it. You live from it. You walk like someone who knows. You speak like someone who's already arrived. You take actions not to get there, but because you're already there internally. And the field cannot help but catch up to your conviction, not because you forced it, but because you became it. This isn't about pretending. It's about aligning. It's about asking, if I already had this, how would I think, breathe, move, choose? And then letting your energy answer before your circumstances do. Because circumstances are slow reflections. Identity is immediate code. Coding from the end state isn't spiritual optimism, it's quantum precision. It bypasses the loop of waiting and reprograms the feedback loop at the root. You're not begging reality to deliver. You're giving it the command through embodiment. You were never meant to walk forward hoping the future would validate you. You were meant to become the future now and let reality reflect that certainty. The algorithm listens to signals, not stories. And the clearest signal you can send is this: I already am. When you hold that truth, the mirror doesn't hesitate. It just reflects, instantly, faithfully, and exactly. Your reality doesn't form from isolated thoughts. It's built from patterns, patterns made of quiet expectations, subtle predictions, and background beliefs. These aren't random, they're compiled. Every moment, every interaction, every plan you make is filtered through the assumptions you carry. And those assumptions act like invisible lines of code, creating a framework that the algorithm must obey. This is the compiler of assumptions, the unseen process that turns your internal scripts into the structure of your life. Most people don't realize they're writing anything. They assume they're simply observing the world as it is. But what they're actually doing is projecting a set of assumptions onto everything and then reacting to the reflection. If you assume you're always going to be overlooked, you'll begin to filter out evidence of your impact. If you assume people can't be trusted, you'll unconsciously position yourself to prove that right. Not because the world is unkind, but because the code is running in the background and the compiler is always listening. Assumptions aren't always loud. They don't scream for attention. They whisper. They become the quiet "of course" you add to life. Of course it didn't work out. Of course they forgot. Of course I wasn't chosen. These small phrases may seem like harmless commentary, but they're not commentary at all. They're instructions. And the moment they are repeated with enough certainty, the algorithm takes them as truth and begins to build the matching reality around them. The danger is that assumptions feel true because you've experienced them before. But what most forget is that they weren't just experienced. They were created, repeated, reinforced. The compiler doesn't distinguish between truth and repetition. It compiles whatever it's fed. And if the assumption has been playing on loop, the output becomes indistinguishable from fact. That's why the same kinds of experiences keep showing up. Not because you're stuck, but because the code has never been updated. To shift your reality, you don't have to battle your thoughts. You just have to update the assumptions they come from. What if instead of assuming delay, you assumed precision? What if instead of assuming rejection, you assumed alignment? What if your "of course" started to sound like "of course it worked out"? Of course I was supported. Of course I belonged. The compiler doesn't care whether the assumption is optimistic or pessimistic. It just compiles. You are not at the mercy of your past assumptions. You're the one writing them now. And the moment you shift the foundational lines of code, the program begins to run differently. Not in months. Immediately. The delay is not in the field. It's in the instruction. Change the assumption, and the outcome must shift to match. Because the compiler doesn't resist you, it reflects you. And when you feed it a new belief with conviction, the system listens and builds your world accordingly. You've been taught to measure possibility by probability, to consult statistics, logic, and past experiences to determine what can and cannot happen. This training is so ingrained that most people don't even realize they're doing it. They edit their desires before they even speak them. They downgrade their goals to fit what seems realistic. But the field you live in doesn't operate by probability. It operates by alignment. And when alignment is present, the improbable becomes inevitable. Probability is a tool of the mind. It's based on precedent, on averages, on what's happened before. But creation doesn't live in the past. It emerges from now. It doesn't need permission from history. It needs instruction from frequency. When you operate from probability, you bind yourself to the average outcome. You become one more data point in a predictable system. But when you transcend it, when you choose to act from possibility rather than likelihood, you move into a different layer of the simulation, one where quantum outcomes collapse not through odds, but through embodiment. This is why so many breakthroughs defy logic. The overnight success that came after years of inner work, the unexpected healing, the perfect alignment that shouldn't have happened, but did. These weren't lucky, they were precise. They came from individuals who stopped calculating and started coding, people who chose not to limit their future based on a past they didn't consciously design. The moment you believe something is unlikely, you weaken your signal. You dilute the clarity of the command. You may still want it, but now you're split. Part of you is imagining the outcome, and part of you is preparing for its absence. And the field can only respond to the signal you hold most consistently. That's why so many desires feel delayed. They're not denied. They're wrapped in doubt. To transcend probability is to stop checking the odds and start becoming the anomaly. You don't need to know how. You don't need everyone's approval. You don't need evidence first. You need alignment. You need to hold the frequency of what you've declared and refuse to negotiate it down to something more reasonable. Because the moment you do, the algorithm lowers its precision and starts reflecting your hesitation instead of your decision. You weren't designed to live at the level of probability. You were designed to create beyond it, to disrupt patterns, bend timelines, and collapse outcomes that no one saw coming, not through force, but through signal, not by hoping, but by embodying. Let others measure the odds. You rewrite them. Let others follow the curve. You become the exception. The algorithm doesn't care about probability. It cares about clarity. And when you hold the impossible as already true, reality has no choice but to bend toward you, not because it should, but because you commanded it, not from the mind, from the field, from the frequency that lives beyond the numbers. Delay isn't caused by time, it's caused by fragmentation. When your energy is scattered, your signal is weak. When your belief is uncertain, your command is unclear. And the field doesn't respond to confusion. It waits, not out of punishment, but out of precision. It mirrors exactly what it receives. This is why certainty is the great accelerator, not because it forces outcomes, but because it collapses interference. The moment you stop hoping and start knowing, the algorithm moves. Not gradually, immediately. Certainty is not loud. It doesn't shout or prove or chase. It's quiet, anchored, and absolute. It says, it's done, and means it. No backup plan, no timeline negotiation, no emotional plea, just a steady transmission of truth so strong that the field cannot ignore it. Because when your inner signal becomes coherent, delay disappears. What once seemed far begins to arrive. What once resisted begins to unfold. The external begins catching up to the frequency that no longer doubts. Most people think they're being patient, but they're actually being hesitant. They say the words, visualize the dream, even take action, but beneath it all is a current of, I'm not sure. And that current, subtle as it may be, scrambles the code. You can't build on shaky ground, and the algorithm will not construct a version of reality on a foundation that keeps shifting, not because it can't, but because it honors alignment above all else. Certainty isn't arrogance, it's alignment. It's what happens when your thoughts, emotions, and identity all point in the same direction. When there's no more tug of war between desire and disbelief. When the question is no longer will it happen, but who am I now that it already has? And in that identity, the need for delay disappears. Because you're no longer chasing, you're transmitting, you're walking as the result. You've felt this before, the moment you finally let go of doubt, not out of exhaustion, but out of truth. The moment you stopped rehearsing your worth and started embodying it, suddenly things moved. Not because you tried harder, but because you stopped splitting your frequency. The universe didn't change. You did. You don't need more time. You need more coherence. You don't need another sign. You need to become the sign. When you decide that it's already yours, not as fantasy, but as inner fact, the field begins construction instantly. Circumstances reorganize. People shift. Opportunities appear. Not out of magic, but out of alignment with your command. Certainty is not a mood. It's a state, a vibration that tells the system, I'm not waiting, I've already become. And in response, the field does what it always does. It reflects you, clearly, faithfully, without delay. Because the moment you stop wobbling, reality has no reason to stall. The mirror moves the instant you do, and certainty is the move. Faith has been misunderstood. It's often treated like a hopeful wish, a soft belief that things might work out if the stars align and the timing is right. But in the mechanics of reality creation, faith is not soft. It is not vague. It is quantum precision. It is a clean, unshakable frequency that tells the field exactly what to build. When held properly, faith is not the absence of doubt. It's the refusal to broadcast it. It is not waiting for evidence. It is becoming the evidence. Quantum systems don't respond to what's partial. They respond to what's aligned. And faith, in its purest form, is alignment with what you have not yet seen, but have already accepted as real. It's the vibrational match to a result that exists before the result shows up. It's not about convincing the universe. It's about removing interference from the signal. Faith doesn't force the field to deliver. It calibrates your energy so precisely that the field has no choice but to reflect it. Most people toggle between belief and doubt, sending mixed messages to the algorithm. One moment they're aligned, the next they're second-guessing. That fluctuation disrupts the construction process. You don't need to believe perfectly, but you do need to believe steadily, not as performance, but as truth, not as emotion, but as frequency. Faith is less about what you feel and more about what you hold consistently beneath what you feel. You've already experienced this. The moment you knew something was yours, not because you saw it, but because you felt the inevitability of it, you stopped searching. You stopped grasping. You relaxed into the knowing, and reality responded. That's quantum faith. It's the kind that doesn't beg. It doesn't look for proof. It broadcasts the outcome before the world can catch up. In the quantum field, time is irrelevant. Everything exists now in potential. Your faith doesn't pull the future toward you. It tunes your signal to the version of reality where that future is already present. That's not mysticism. That's physics. That's how resonance works. The clearer your faith, the more stable your signal. The more stable your signal, the faster the return. Faith is not a waiting room. It's a state of being. It's the software that tells the system, I've already chosen. And the system, obedient and exact, begins to generate from that command. No delay, no hesitation, just response. You are not waiting for the universe to approve your dream. The universe is waiting for your frequency to stabilize into certainty. Faith is not belief that something might happen. It is the inner code that says it already has. When you hold that frequency long enough, reality synchronizes, not through chance, but through design, because the field was never listening to your words. It was waiting for your alignment. And once you broadcast with quantum precision, everything shifts, not slowly but instantly, not one day, now. Most people think decisions are mental, a choice between two options, a matter of logic, planning, or preference. But in the realm of reality creation, decision is not intellectual, it's dimensional. The moment you decide fully and completely, your entire reality begins to shift, not because the external has caught up, but because your consciousness has entered a new timeline where that version of life is already unfolding. Decision is not movement toward the thing. It's becoming the one who already lives inside it. You've felt the difference. There's the kind of decision where you say you'll try, where you'll see what happens, where you're still hesitating on the edge. That's not a real decision. That's indecision dressed up in hope. And then there's the other kind, the kind that changes the temperature in your body, the kind where something clicks into place, the kind where you know without needing evidence that everything is already adjusting around you. That's a dimensional shift. When you make a decision like that, the field reorganizes. Opportunities, people, events, and timelines begin to respond. not slowly, but instantly. You don't see the full ripple right away, but the shift is immediate. Because the algorithm doesn't wait for you to figure out how. It waits for you to finally stop wobbling and choose. And when you do, the clarity becomes the new code. Most people stall in life not because they lack options, but because they refuse to decide. They hover between versions of themselves. They keep one foot in the past while peeking into the future. They don't want to close one door until the next one opens. But energy doesn't work like that. The field mirrors conviction. The system listens to signals, not half signals. A true decision is a frequency that cuts through all noise. It is unmistakable. It does not wait to be confirmed. It does the confirming. This is why timelines can collapse in an instant. What once looked impossible becomes obvious. What felt far away shows up without warning. The world around you starts behaving differently because you're no longer signaling the version of you who was uncertain. You're now broadcasting the vibration of a reality where the outcome is inevitable. Decision isn't about making something happen. It's about choosing the version of you who no longer waits for it to happen. And when you live from that place, the world bends accordingly, not because you pushed harder, but because you stopped negotiating. You stopped sending mixed messages. You made a quantum move. You don't have to know how everything will unfold. You just have to step fully into the choice, not in words, but in being. Decide with your energy, with your posture, with your actions. The moment you do, the shift is done. Because the field wasn't waiting for your timeline, it was waiting for your transmission. Decision is the key, and the version of life you want is one decision away. Surrender is often misunderstood. People think it means giving up, backing down, or admitting defeat. But true surrender is not passive. It is powerful. It is the moment you stop resisting the current and start flowing with the deeper rhythm of the system that's already in motion. It's not the end of effort. It's the end of unnecessary struggle. It is not about disengagement. It's about alignment. Surrender is not what you do when nothing else works. It's what you do when you finally understand how everything actually works. You live in an intelligent field that is constantly responding to the state of your being. When you try to control every detail, micromanage every outcome, or force life to follow your plan, you create resistance in the signal. The algorithm doesn't respond to control. It responds to clarity. And clarity doesn't come from tension. It comes from surrender, choosing to trust that what is unfolding is part of something larger, something coded far beyond the mind's current comprehension. Surrender is not abandonment of action. It is the abandonment of friction. The moment you stop fighting reality, reality softens. What you were chasing begins to move toward you. What you were forcing begins to unlock. This is not because you gave up. It's because you got out of the way. The system doesn't require your control to function. It requires your coherence. There's an architecture to surrender. It's not chaos. It's not passivity. It's structure made of trust. It says, I know who I am. I know what I've chosen. I do not need to grip, plead, or chase. I allow what's aligned to find me because I know it's already seeking me. That inner state builds an environment where the external can finally breathe, where timing becomes exact, and where effort becomes elegant instead of exhausting. The problem isn't wanting. The problem is holding wanting in a way that communicates lack. Surrender says, I still want this, but I no longer hold it hostage to my peace. I no longer use the delay as a reason to doubt. I no longer believe that control is safer than trust. In that shift, you release the static. You become a clear signal, and life begins to echo that clarity. You felt it before. The moment you let go and stopped obsessing, the phone rang. The solution appeared. The thing you were clinging to returned, often in a better form. That wasn't random. That was the algorithm responding to a new command. I trust. And that signal, when it becomes your baseline, rewrites the rules of your experience. Surrender is not weakness, it's wisdom. It's not retreat, it's alignment. The field doesn't need you to force the next step. It needs you to relax into the knowing that the next step is already written. You don't fall behind when you surrender. You catch up with the part of you that never left the flow. That's the architecture, and it always holds. There's a difference between control and command, but most people blur the two. Control comes from fear. It's rigid, reactive, built on the belief that if you don't grip tightly enough, things will fall apart. Command, on the other hand, is rooted in knowing. It is calm. It is clear. It doesn't need to manipulate outcomes because it understands that the field responds to presence, not pressure. You can control something out of desperation, or you can command it from alignment. The results are radically different. Control tries to manage every variable. It watches constantly. It second-guesses. It exhausts itself trying to make reality behave. But reality doesn't bend to control. It bends to resonance. The more you attempt to dominate the external, the more resistance you create internally. You're not designing your life. You're strangling the signal. And the more you do, the less responsive the field becomes. It waits. Not because it's punishing you, but because it cannot read a fractured frequency. Command requires no pushing. It is the stillness at the center of the storm. It says, "This is my reality," and moves accordingly. It doesn't chase. It doesn't check. It doesn't ask for permission. Command operates as if it's already done, because in the field, it is. The system doesn't respond to tension. It responds to tone. And the tone of command is unmistakable. Think of someone you've met who walked into a room and instantly shifted the atmosphere. They didn't speak louder than others. They didn't dominate. They simply were. That is the energy of command. It transmits clarity. It speaks without trying to convince. And when you carry that internally, the field aligns around you without effort. Not because you're controlling life, but because life now has a clean signal to organize itself around. The irony is, the more control you seek, the less control you have. Because control is based on the belief that something is separate from you. Command is based on the truth that everything is responding to you. When you switch from control to command, your actions simplify. You stop micromanaging. You stop chasing outcomes. You don't need everything to look perfect. You need everything to feel aligned. And once that's true, you move with quiet precision. This doesn't mean you do nothing. It means you act from a different place. You don't act to force something into existence. You act because it already exists, and you're just stepping into it. Control fights reality. Command collaborates with it. You don't need more force. You need more frequency. You don't need to control the details. You need to hold the energy of completion. That's what the system responds to. Not your worry, not your effort, your embodiment. You were not made to beg reality to behave. You were made to command with presence. And the moment you do, everything starts to move. Not because you pushed it, but because you no longer needed to. That's the power of command. It doesn't pull, it attracts. Effortlessly, instantly, precisely. You can do all the right things. You can say the affirmations, visualize the outcome, meditate daily, and take bold, aligned action. But if your identity hasn't shifted, the system won't either, because beneath every thought you think and every move you make is the hidden operator, identity. It's not what you say about yourself when you're confident. It's who you believe yourself to be when things go quiet. And it's that belief, silent and constant, that codes the field. Identity is the foundation of your frequency. It's not surface-level self-talk. It's the subconscious framework that informs every signal you send. If your actions are expansive, but your identity still says, "I'm not the kind of person who gets what they want," then the system will continue mirroring that truth. Not because it's fair or unfair, but because it's faithful. The algorithm doesn't respond to what you perform, it responds to what you are. Most people try to create change without updating this operator. They try to build a new life on the foundation of an outdated self. But if the root program is still running an old identity, unworthy, unseen, unsupported, then no matter how high the intention, the output will reflect the core code. It's not sabotage, it's synchronization. You can't outperform your identity, but you can rewrite it, not instantly, and not through sheer will, but through repetition, awareness, and embodiment. You begin by noticing the stories you tell in passing, the way you explain your limits, the way you assume your place in a room. These aren't just habits, they're signals. And each one reinforces a version of you the field keeps reflecting. The moment you begin to shift your identity, not just in concept, but in behavior and belief, the system listens. It doesn't need time, it needs coherence. When you start to live as the person who already has the life you desire, not in fantasy, but in feeling and action, the reflection starts to match. Opportunities appear that were always there, but previously filtered out by the identity that couldn't see them. You don't need to change everything at once. You need to choose one belief that aligns with the version of you that you know is real, even if you've never lived it before, and then act from it, speak from it, move from it, until the algorithm can no longer tell the difference between what you're practicing and what you've become. Your identity is not your past. It's your permission slip. The system isn't asking for proof. It's waiting for a signal. And when that signal changes at the core, the feedback loop shifts with it. You stop getting reflections of who you were and start receiving confirmation of who you've decided to become. The hidden operator is always on, but now you're the one at the console. Rewrite the identity and everything else obeys. Most people think transformation happens when they understand something, when they say the right words, or when they visualize their goals clearly enough. But understanding is only the first spark. Words are only intention. Visualization is only blueprint. None of it becomes real until it's embodied. Embodiment is the execution. It's the moment the frequency becomes physical. When you stop talking about it, stop planning around it, and start being it, without needing permission or proof. Embodiment is not a performance. It's not pretending or faking until something arrives. It's the natural extension of belief that has taken root so deeply that it begins to move your body differently, shape your choices instinctively, and create a field around you that speaks before you say a word. When you embody something, you are no longer reaching for it. You're carrying it. The algorithm doesn't respond to declarations. It responds to demonstrations. An embodiment is the clearest, most direct demonstration of your code. You can tell yourself all day that you are abundant, but if your posture collapses when the bill comes, if your energy contracts around money, if your choices reflect fear, then the system doesn't read the affirmation. It reads the signal. You can write your desires in perfect detail, but if your actions communicate self-doubt or hesitation, the algorithm mirrors that. Reality isn't responding to what you say, it's responding to what you live. This is why some people seem to create with such ease. They're not asking for permission or waiting for a sign. They're embodying the version of themselves who already lives inside the result. They've shifted from concept to command, not because they mastered every detail, but because they aligned their state of being. They stopped waiting for something outside of them to validate who they were, and instead began expressing it through every movement, decision, and interaction. Embodiment doesn't require perfection. It requires presence. You align with the frequency of what you've chosen and allow it to guide your micro-choices, your tone, your boundaries, your energy. You become so saturated in the version of yourself that already holds what you once desired, that the system has no choice but to reflect it. Because once something is embodied, the field must follow. You don't need to push harder. You need to become clearer. And clarity lives in embodiment. Not in your journal, not in your vision board, but in the way you move through a room, the way you carry silence, the way you choose when no one is watching. That's the signal the algorithm reads, and that's the code it executes. You are not here to merely think a new reality into existence. You are here to embody it so completely that it cannot help but become real. This is not about doing more. It's about being more of who you already are, without apology, without pause, without delay. Embodiment is the bridge, and once you walk it, there is no return. Only reflection, only confirmation, only reality catching up. Your nervous system is not just a biological structure. It is the interface between your consciousness and the field. It translates your inner world into electrical signals, and those signals ripple out into the frequency that creates your external experience. The way your body feels, tight, relaxed, open, reactive, is not a random response. It's data. It's a language. And the system is always listening to it. Most people try to change their lives by focusing on their thoughts, behaviors, or plans. But the signal is still scrambled because the nervous system is still running an old program. It's braced for disappointment. It's wired for vigilance. It's rehearsing stress even in moments of calm. And that internal static becomes the message that reaches the field. The result? Mixed outcomes, delays, resistance. Not because the field is broken, but because the interface is cluttered. The body doesn't lie. You can say all the affirmations in the world, but if your breath is shallow, your posture collapsed, your muscles tight with anticipation or fear, the signal being broadcast isn't trust. It's tension. And tension communicates uncertainty. It tells the algorithm, I don't feel safe. I don't feel ready. I don't believe it's happening. The field doesn't judge that. It simply reflects it. It mirrors the baseline of your internal frequency, and the nervous system is one of the clearest sources of that frequency. This is why regulation is a spiritual practice. Calming your nervous system isn't just about reducing stress. It's about refining your signal. Every time you breathe deeply into your body, every time you soften instead of clench, every time you feel without fleeing, you're strengthening the interface. You're cleaning the channel, and what flows through you begins to change. Safety isn't just emotional, it's vibrational. The universe doesn't deliver what you want. It delivers what you're regulated enough to hold. You don't receive peace when things calm down. You receive peace when your body becomes a space that can contain it. That shift opens timelines. It clears interference. It lets the next version of reality reach you because you're no longer transmitting the chaos of old conditioning. Your nervous system doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be conscious. You need to know when it's activated and honor it, not with judgment, but with gentleness. You need to give your body a new pattern, a new way to relate to joy, to uncertainty, to success. Because the body keeps the score, yes, but it also keeps the code. You are not separate from the field. You are in constant dialogue with it, and the nervous system is the keyboard. Every pulse, every breath, every reaction is a line of instruction. Learn to soothe it, and you begin to rewrite the signal at the root. Not with force, but with softness. Not through strategy, but through safety. The clearer the body, the cleaner the code. And the cleaner the code, the faster the reflection. You are not just a mind sending out thoughts into the void. You are a body broadcasting frequency into a living field that listens. The shape of your shoulders, the rhythm of your breath, the speed of your walk, all of it is data. And that data becomes signal. Your body doesn't just reflect your emotional state, it projects it. The way you hold yourself is the way you inform the system. Your posture is not neutral. Your presence is not silent. The body is not separate from creation. It is the source of the output. Most people try to shift their reality through mental effort alone. They change their thoughts, repeat new affirmations, visualize better futures, but the body is still in survival mode, still carrying the memory of fear, still holding tension in the same places it did before. And so the field, which responds to vibration more than words, continues to mirror the old code. You don't manifest what you think. You manifest what your body believes. And belief lives in muscle memory, in nervous system patterns, in the way energy moves through your form. The body doesn't lie. You can declare that you're ready to receive, but if your chest caves inward, if your jaw is clenched, if your stomach tightens when opportunity shows up, the message sent to the field is still one of contraction. And contraction tells the algorithm, not safe, not now, not ready. The universe doesn't punish you for this. It waits, because it will not override your broadcast. It respects your signal too much for that. To shift reality, you must shift how your body holds reality. You must teach your body what expansion feels like before the world gives you a reason to expand. You must walk like the version of you who already has it. Breathe like the version who no longer doubts. Move like the version who has nothing to prove. Because the body is a living interface, and it's always running the code. You don't need to force this. You just need to notice. Where are you shrinking? Where are you tensing? Where are you hesitating when your desire asks you to lean in? These aren't signs of failure. They're indicators of where the old identity still lives. And the moment you bring awareness to those points, the moment you soften into a new pattern, the output begins to change. This is not about pretending. It's about practicing, embodying the version of you who no longer performs reality, but inhabits it. And from that place, everything recalibrates. You are not stuck because you haven't thought differently. You're stuck because your body is still broadcasting a version of you that no longer exists. Update the posture, update the pattern, update the presence, and the field will adjust. Because the body doesn't just live in reality. It emits it in real time, all the time, whether you know it or not. Manifestation doesn't just happen in the mind. It happens in the body. You can think aligned thoughts, speak powerful affirmations, and hold a clear vision. But if your body is still bracing for disappointment, the signal is scrambled. The field doesn't just respond to your ideas. It responds to your vibration. And your vibration is not just energy. It's sensation. It's breath. It's posture. It's the way your body codes safety, worthiness, and receptivity in real time. This is somatic programming for manifestation, the process of rewiring your body to match the frequency of the life you're calling in. Most people carry old emotions like residual static in their cells. The nervous system remembers what the mind has forgotten: the heartbreak, the rejection, the moment something didn't work out, and the body tightened in response. Those micro-responses became programs, not because you're broken, but because the body is intelligent. It learns what to expect and prepares you for it, but that preparation, when outdated, becomes resistance, and resistance becomes misalignment. You can't manifest the new while your body is still rehearsing the past. This is why certain patterns persist. You say you're ready to receive, but your shoulders tense the moment someone offers help. You visualize abundance, but your gut contracts when it's time to invest. The mind may be clear, but the body is still guarded. And the field listens to the body more than it listens to the words. That's why the shift has to be somatic. The change has to be felt, not just thought. Somatic programming is the conscious practice of bringing your body into agreement with your intention. It starts with noticing. How does your body react when you imagine having what you want? Does it expand or shrink, relax or brace? That reaction is the current code, and your job isn't to shame it, it's to update it, to breathe into the contraction, to soften the armor, to let the body know it's safe to hold joy, to welcome ease, to receive love without condition. Every time you practice holding a new emotion in your body, you are installing a new program. Not with force, but with consistency. You teach your body how it feels, to live in the frequency of abundance, love, freedom, not someday, but now. The body doesn't know the difference between memory and imagination. If you give it the sensation often enough, it will learn. And when the body learns, the field responds. This is not bypassing. This is embodiment. You're not escaping the old emotions. You're creating new ones strong enough to replace them. You're not faking peace. You're practicing it until it becomes your baseline. And once the body becomes a match, manifestation is no longer effort. It's echo. The field reflects what the body holds. And when the body holds certainty, life can't help but deliver it. Not because you forced it, but because you finally felt ready to receive it. Fully, physically, naturally. You're always sending a signal. Every second your body is broadcasting a frequency, and that frequency tells the field what to mirror. Most people think that frequency is something abstract, just a state of mind or an emotional tone. But the most direct and immediate way you shift your frequency is through something you do every day without thinking. Breath. The breath is a frequency modulator. It is the dial on the signal you're sending out. And when you learn how to use it consciously, everything changes. Breath isn't just oxygen, it's information. When you breathe shallow, fast, and high in the chest, your body registers threat. It prepares for tension, conflict, and survival, and the field picks up on that state. It reflects back experiences that match the internal signal. Resistance, delay, friction. You're not just feeling anxious, you're broadcasting it. You're not just short of breath, you're short-circuiting your access to alignment. But when you breathe deeply, slowly, and with awareness, everything softens. The nervous system shifts, the mind clears, the body comes into coherence. And that coherence is what the field responds to. The universe doesn't wait for your circumstances to change. It waits for your signal to stabilize. And breath is the most powerful tool you have to stabilize the signal in real time. You don't have to know every answer. You don't have to fix the problem right now. You don't have to figure out how the manifestation will arrive. You just have to breathe in a way that tells your body, we are safe, we are open, we are aligned. That one shift sends out a new frequency, and that frequency becomes the new instruction. Life doesn't move because you force it. It moves because your breath made space for it. This is why the most grounded people often say the least. They don't speak from urgency. They speak from calm. Their breath is regulated. Their presence is intact. They are not trying to project control. They are embodying alignment. And that alignment makes them magnetic. They are not chasing. They are receiving. Because their breath has calibrated their frequency to the version of reality where what they desire is already true. Your breath is always available. It doesn't need a mantra. It doesn't need a ritual. It just needs your attention. In the moment you feel off, overwhelmed, or scattered, pause and notice how you're breathing. That's the signal you're sending. That's the tone the field is picking up. Change the breath, and you change the broadcast. This is not about perfection. It's about awareness. When you start using your breath not just to survive, but to signal who you are becoming, everything accelerates. The breath becomes a bridge, a direct line between your inner state and the quantum field. And once you learn to modulate that frequency with presence, you stop reacting and start creating. Not later, not eventually, with your next inhale, with your next exhale, right now. Emotions are not random. They are not obstacles. They are not flaws in your system that need to be controlled, repressed, or explained away. Emotions are data. They are encoded frequencies carrying instructions to the field. Every emotion you allow yourself to feel becomes part of the signal you broadcast. That signal becomes the language the system responds to. You are not just reacting emotionally to life. You are coding life with your emotions. Most people assume they need to feel good all the time to manifest what they want. But this isn't about pretending to be happy or forcing a smile. The field doesn't respond to performance. It responds to precision. Authentic emotion held consciously, sends a clear and powerful signal. The more honestly you feel it, the more cleanly the energy moves through you, and the more exact the reflection becomes. Suppressed emotion becomes static. It scrambles the signal. It creates feedback loops that look like chaos, like stuckness, like confusion, not because you're broken, but because the data has nowhere to go. When you feel something deeply and let it move through without clinging or pushing it away, you're transmitting a complete instruction. You're saying to the system, "This is where I am, and I'm willing to be honest about it." That level of emotional transparency creates resonance. It clears the fog. You are no longer masking your frequency. You are revealing it. And that revelation allows the algorithm to respond with clarity. Joy is an instruction. So is grief. So is anger, when felt consciously instead of acted out blindly. Emotions don't block your manifestations. They highlight where your energy is misaligned. If you feel scarcity, it's not because you're failing. It's because the body is reporting a story you still carry. And once you listen to it, the code can be updated. The emotion delivers its message and moves on. The system receives the new signal and begins to reflect it. The delay is not in the desire. It's in the unprocessed emotional backlog still taking up space in your field. Emotional data encoding means that every feeling you hold with presence becomes part of the creative process. Your emotional state isn't just something you manage, it's something you program with. And the more fluently you speak that language, the faster and cleaner the response becomes. This is not about emotional control, it's about emotional clarity. It's about feeling without getting lost, expressing without collapsing, witnessing without judgment. You become the operator of your inner environment. You stop fearing your emotions because you now understand their purpose. They are the code. And when you treat them as such, you transform your reality, not by suppressing what's real, but by embracing it fully. The field is listening to your energy, not just your intentions. And emotion is energy in its most immediate form. Let it move, let it speak, let it encode. And then watch how quickly the system responds, not to how you pretend to feel, but to how deeply you allow yourself to feel, and how consciously you choose what to transmit next. Before you say a word, before you take an action, before a thought becomes language, your body has already spoken. Posture is not neutral, it is communication. It tells the field who you believe you are, what you are available for, and how you expect life to treat you. The way you sit, stand, walk, breathe. These are not just physical habits, they are energetic declarations. And the system, always listening, always responding, receives those declarations and builds reality accordingly. Most people assume posture is just physical alignment, but it's vibrational alignment first. When you carry yourself with tension, with collapse, with guardedness, the field doesn't just see a body. It registers a signal. That signal might say, "I'm bracing for disappointment," or "I don't want to be seen," or "I don't feel safe to expand." And the field, operating in perfect coherence, mirrors that message back. The reflection becomes the experience. The energy you carry becomes the room you walk into. And posture, subtle and consistent, is part of the code. You don't have to be confident to walk with presence. You don't need to have everything figured out to stand with clarity. You just need to realize that your body is always broadcasting, and the signal you send doesn't begin with your thoughts. It begins with how you inhabit yourself. Are you shrinking or expanding? Are you closing or opening? Are you holding back or leaning in? These questions aren't just about how you look. They are about how you instruct the field to treat you. Posture is a portal. When you shift it intentionally, you shift your frequency. You access the version of you that no longer asks for permission. You begin to embody the energy of the outcome before it arrives. And the field, which does not respond to timing but to tone, adjusts its feedback. You don't manifest what you want. You manifest what your body says you already believe. Posture becomes the proof. This is not about pretending. It's not about puffing up your chest or walking with forced bravado. It's about relaxing into the truth that you no longer need to defend yourself from life. It's about standing as someone who expects to be met, who expects to be supported, who has nothing to prove and everything to receive. That energy speaks louder than any affirmation, because the system trusts embodiment more than intention. When you enter a space with awareness of your posture, you are declaring your state. When you change the way you carry yourself, you are not fixing something. You are transmitting something. You are telling the mirror, "This is who I am now." And the mirror, as it always does, reflects it back. You don't have to shout your transformation. You can show it. You can walk it. You can breathe it. And your posture, quiet and consistent, will do the speaking for you, sir. Because sometimes the most powerful declaration is made without a word, just a shift in how you stand. And the universe listens, always. Every movement you make is a message, not just to the people around you, but to the field, to the algorithm, to the structure of reality that is constantly translating your energy into outcomes. Movement is not just physical expression, it is energetic language. The way you walk, the way you reach, the way you turn away or lean in, these are not meaningless motions. They are signals. They carry intent, memory, emotion, and belief. They speak before your thoughts do. They instruct the field long before your words catch up. When you move with hesitation, the system hears uncertainty. When you move with precision, it hears command. When you move like you belong, like you expect to be supported, like you are not waiting for permission, the algorithm reflects that expectation with uncanny accuracy. You are not moving through an empty space. You are moving through a living field that receives and responds to everything you transmit. And movement, being one of your oldest languages, is among the clearest signals it receives. Most people don't think about movement this way. They focus on mindset, on words, on affirmations. But their body tells a different story. They say they are ready, but they recoil slightly when opportunity approaches. They say they are confident, but their steps are timid. They say they are aligned, but their gestures reveal tension. The field listens to movement, not just meaning. It mirrors what you embody, not what you announce. You've felt this difference. There are days when you walk differently, not because anything changed, but because something inside you clicked. You felt your worth, you felt your clarity, and your body moved as if the world already recognized it. That version of you wasn't performing, it was transmitting, and the people around you responded. Reality responded, movement became message, and the message was received. You don't need choreography, you don't need to overthink it, you only need awareness. When you move today, notice the tone, notice the speed, the reach, the pull. Are you drawing life toward you or holding it at a distance? Are you expressing expansion or signaling withdrawal? These patterns aren't just reactions, they're instructions. They are teaching the field how to treat you. Reclaiming your movement means reclaiming your message. Dancing when no one is watching. Walking as if your path is clear. Speaking with your hands, your eyes, your presence, not to impress, but to align. Movement becomes prayer. Movement becomes command. Movement becomes the echo of the frequency you hold inside. You don't have to move perfectly. You just have to move truthfully. And when you do, the field will reflect what your mind can't always articulate. Because the body is honest, and motion doesn't lie. When you move from clarity, reality repositions itself to meet you. Step by step, gesture by gesture, message by message, until your life begins to mirror not what you hope for, but what you've already started to walk as truth. Your heart is not just a biological organ pumping blood through your body. It is the most powerful electromagnetic transmitter you have. It emits a signal that reaches far beyond your skin, pulsing into the field like a wireless router broadcasting a frequency. That frequency tells the system what you are aligned with, what you are ready for, what you are available to receive. The heart doesn't communicate through logic. It doesn't analyze. It doesn't calculate outcomes. It simply broadcasts truth, raw, energetic, unfiltered. And the system, always listening, responds with exact precision to the tone it picks up. While the mind is busy constructing narratives, timelines, and strategies, the heart is silently broadcasting a signal that cannot be faked. You might say all the right things. You might repeat affirmations, build vision boards, and chase goals. But if the heart is closed, guarded, or broadcasting fear, the field responds to that frequency. Not the words, not the plan, the pulse, the emotion, the coherence, or lack of it, that radiates from the center of your being. This is why certain moments feel magnetic. When your heart is open, truly open, you don't need to convince the universe of anything. You become a living command, not because you're forcing it, but because the purity of your signal leaves no room for distortion. The field aligns because it can feel you, not your ideas. You, the real you underneath the noise. And when that signal is clear, things move faster, people respond differently, and outcomes arrive not as effort, but as echo. The heart is your most honest instrument. You can't override it with willpower. You can't bypass it with intellect. If your heart is broadcasting pain, fear, or mistrust, those signals loop back through experience. But when the heart becomes coherent, when it beats in harmony with your breath, your presence, your knowing, the entire system stabilizes. You're no longer sending fragmented messages. You're sending a steady stream of truth. And that truth reshapes your life. You don't need to force the heart to open. You need to stop closing it. You need to stop clenching when you feel vulnerable. Stop retracting when joy gets too close. Stop treating love like a risk and start treating it like a broadcast, because that's what it is. Your heart isn't just feeling your life, it's shaping it. Every time it opens a little more, reality gets clearer, not because the world changed, but because your signal did. The heart is not weak. It is not soft in the way you were taught. It is your most powerful point of connection to the field. When you choose to live from it, not occasionally but consistently, you begin to see that reality doesn't respond to strategy. It responds to resonance. And the heart, more than anything else, is your router. It connects you to what already exists, amplifies your frequency, and returns to you exactly what you are willing to feel without fear. Open it, and the system listens, loud and clear, every time. Your body isn't guessing, it's responding. Every thought, emotion, and energetic state you carry sends a message inward, and that message becomes chemistry. Hormones are not just random reactions, they are biological feedback loops, physical confirmations of the signal you're sending out into the field. You're not just feeling stressed, you're running cortisol. You're not just inspired, you're producing dopamine. You're not just anxious or calm or empowered. Your body is echoing those frequencies in chemical form, and those chemicals influence how you think, how you act, and what you continue to attract. Most people think their emotions are in their mind, separate from their biology, but your body is always listening, and it speaks in hormones. When you loop a thought of worry, your system responds with a cascade of signals telling your body to prepare for danger. Muscles tense, breath shortens, focus narrows, and now the field around you mirrors this contraction, not because you're broken, but because you're aligned with the signal of survival. On the other hand, when you step into trust, even momentarily, your body shifts. Oxytocin flows, heart rate stabilizes, your vision expands. The body says, "I'm safe." And the field, always faithful, reflects that message. This isn't spirituality alone, it's biology working with energy. It's chemistry being shaped by frequency, and it's happening constantly, whether you realize it or not. The key is not to suppress these hormonal reactions or shame yourself for having them. The key is to understand them, to realize that your internal chemistry is part of the system, giving you feedback on the state you're embodying. If you feel blocked, heavy, or reactive, pause and ask yourself what chemicals you've been looping, not as blame, but as clarity. Because once you recognize the loop, you can interrupt it. And when you interrupt it, you send new information to the body. New patterns form, new outcomes follow. You don't have to force the shift, you just have to create space for a new chemical signal to arise. Sometimes it starts with the breath, sometimes with stillness, sometimes with choosing a thought that feels just a little better. That small shift changes your biology, and your biology in turn changes your signal, and your signal always changes what shows up next. Your body is not betraying you, it's informing you. It's saying, here's the current instruction you're sending out, and it's also saying, you can send a new one. When you align your chemistry with your intention, when your hormonal state becomes a match to your chosen frequency, manifestation stops being an idea and becomes a physiological reality. You feel different. You act different. You become the environment your desires are drawn to. You are not separate from your field. Your body is part of the broadcast. Every hormone, every loop, every response is a line of code. And when you write from peace, clarity, and trust, the system doesn't resist. It listens instantly, and reality responds accordingly. Healing isn't just about feeling better. It's about rewriting the internal script that told you who you were, what you were allowed to receive, and how life would respond to you. The pain, the fear, the patterns that keep looping, they aren't flaws. They're outdated code, written in moments when you didn't have the tools to choose something else. And healing begins the moment you stop managing symptoms and start editing the story. Your subconscious holds more than memory. It holds identity. Every belief you carry was shaped through experience. Maybe someone told you that love had to be earned. Maybe a moment of abandonment became the rule your nervous system still follows. Maybe success started to feel unsafe. These moments become internal instructions. You stop choosing and start reenacting. You attract the same people, hit the same walls, feel the same emotions, not because life is cruel, but because the script is still running. You can't change the reflection until you change the text it's reflecting. And the text lives inside your assumptions, your self-talk, your nervous system's response to unfamiliar joy. Most people try to heal by adding more knowledge, more practices, more tools. But the deeper healing begins with subtraction. What belief are you still running that no longer fits? What version of yourself are you still performing that was built only to survive? When you begin to rewrite the internal script, you disrupt the loop. You feel the same trigger, but you respond with presence instead of panic. You notice the old thought, but you don't identify with it. You stop repeating the old lines, and the field, always listening, begins to reflect this subtle but powerful shift. The characters change. The plot evolves. You're no longer acting from an old role, you're authoring a new one. This is why healing often feels unfamiliar. It's not just about comfort, it's about letting go of what's been predictable. The body may resist, the mind may question, because they've been trained to trust the old script. But you don't need to convince them with force. You update the code with consistency. You speak new words. You hold new energy. You rehearse the truth of who you actually are until the lie loses its grip. And then something changes, not just internally, but externally. You meet people who reflect the new script. You experience ease in places where struggle used to live. You no longer need to protect yourself from a version of reality that no longer exists, because the signal you're sending is no longer rooted in that story. The algorithm doesn't need more time, it needs more coherence. And healing is the process of creating that coherence from the inside out. You are not broken. You are programmed. And now you are reprogramming, line by line, choice by choice, until one day you look around and realize the reflection has changed, because the script has. Not because you escaped the past, but because you finally rewrote the future from within. There's a deeper layer of memory that isn't stored in your brain. It's not locked inside your body or buried in your subconscious. It exists beyond time, beyond linear life, in a field that holds the imprints of every thought, every emotion, every intention you've ever carried. This is the Akashic Cache memory, the energetic archive that records not only what you've done, but who you've become. It's not just a story of your past. It's a blueprint of your current signal. You are transmitting from this memory every moment, whether you're aware of it or not. The patterns that show up in your life, the kinds of people you attract, the lessons that repeat. These are not coincidences. They are echoes from your cache. The field reads your vibrational history the same way a computer references its stored data to predict behavior. You're not being punished for your past. You're being mirrored by the present frequency it still emits. But this memory bank is not fixed. It's editable. Every time you shift your perspective, feel something fully, or release a belief that no longer fits, you are rewriting the file. You're not erasing your history. You're upgrading how it defines you. And the moment that shift becomes consistent, the algorithm recalculates. The reflections begin to change, because your present coherence overrides your past imprint. This is why certain experiences feel eerily familiar, even when they're new. Why you walk into a room and feel known before speaking. Why some blocks feel larger than this lifetime. The Akashic Cache isn't bound by your personal timeline. It holds energy across layers of identity, lifetimes, archetypes. And the more conscious you become, the more access you gain, not to the stories themselves, but to the emotional codes they left behind. You don't need to remember every detail to transform the signal. You only need to become aware of the emotional residue still playing out. Fear of loss, fear of visibility, fear of betrayal. These aren't random. They're cached data, patterns unresolved. And your current experience is the perfect stage for rewriting them, not by logic, but by energy. When you meet the fear with a new response, when you choose from alignment instead of reaction, you update the memory not just for yourself, but for the entire system. You are not defined by what has been. You are influenced by what you continue to carry. But that influence ends the moment you recode the frequency. And the recoding happens now in the decisions you make, the energy you hold, the reality you refuse to replay. You don't need to escape your history. You need to overwrite it with presence. The Akashic Cache is not your limit. It is your library. And every time you align more deeply with who you really are, not who you've been, the next chapter becomes available. The data clears, the loop ends, and the reflection changes, instantly, elegantly, and permanently, because the memory updated, and so did you. You're not only navigating your own signal, you're moving through a world saturated with collective code, shared beliefs, group expectations, inherited limitations that operate like background noise in the system. These collective frequencies are powerful because they're repeated by millions of people, generation after generation. They form energetic blueprints that shape cultures, institutions, and what most people call reality. But here's the truth. The system waits for you to remember. Collective code is not absolute. It's influence, not authority. Your individual command overrides it when you're conscious enough to use it. Most people live as if the collective narrative is law. They align with assumptions like success takes decades, money is scarce, healing is slow, only the lucky rise. These aren't truths. They're scripts, recycled so often they've become invisible. and because so many are tuned to them, the field reflects them abundantly. But the moment one person steps out of the loop, the signal changes. The system listens to the loudest frequency, not the most popular one. You felt this. The moment you stopped agreeing with the story that said you weren't ready. The moment you moved forward without approval. The moment you believed in something no one else could see, and it began to take shape. That wasn't rebellion, that was authority. You weren't fighting the collective, you were commanding the field. Individual command doesn't require confrontation, it requires coherence. It's the moment you choose to align with your own knowing more than the noise around you. When you stop asking whether it's realistic and start asking whether it's true for you. The algorithm isn't loyal to majority rule, it's loyal to frequency integrity, and the most aligned signal wins. This is how paradigm shifts happen. One person changes their inner code, and the reflection catches up. They become living proof that another timeline is possible. And in doing so, they create a disruption in the collective code. Others begin to feel it. A silent invitation forms. Reality bends. Not because the group voted, but because someone dared to override the inherited command and speak their own. You don't need to convince the world to agree with your frequency. You just need to hold it long enough that the world has no choice but to respond. That's how influence works in the quantum field. It doesn't scale through numbers. It scales through clarity. The cleaner your command, the more potent your impact, even if no one else understands it yet. You are not bound by the collective script unless you consent to it. You can opt out without asking for permission. You can choose to live from a different assumption, a different rhythm, a different truth. And when you do, the system takes note, because the field is not governed by consensus. It is shaped by conviction. Individual command doesn't just defy the collective. It updates it, line by line, signal by signal, until the old code becomes obsolete. And the new one begins with you. You don't just inherit your genetics or your family name. You also inherit the beliefs of the world you're born into. The moment you arrive, you enter a field of collective agreements about what's possible, what's probable, what's safe, and what's out of reach. These beliefs are not taught through lectures. They are absorbed through language, repetition, culture, and subtle emotional cues. And the longer you live inside them without questioning them, the more they seem like reality. But they're not reality. They're rules. Man-made, mind-kept rules that shape what people allow themselves to receive. Collective beliefs act like ceilings, not because they're built from truth, but because they're backed by consensus. If enough people believe something can't happen, that belief generates a frequency. That frequency becomes embedded in education, entertainment, systems, and conversations. It becomes so normalized that anyone who dares to challenge it is seen as unrealistic, reckless, or naive. But the truth is, the collective has always been behind the individual. Change has never come from the crowd. It has come from someone who chose not to accept the limits the crowd agreed to. Look at any innovation, any breakthrough, any transformation in human history. It didn't come from someone who believed what everyone else believed. It came from someone who remembered that consensus is not fact, that what's common is not always correct, that just because most people haven't experienced something doesn't mean it's impossible. It just means it hasn't been tuned into yet. The field is infinite. It doesn't measure what's likely. It responds to what's transmitted. So if the collective is transmitting limitation, scarcity, and struggle, then those become the dominant reflections. But the moment one person transmits something different, the field listens. It doesn't care how many people are repeating the old story. It cares about how clear the new signal is. The system isn't democratic. It's vibrational, and clarity always outweighs volume. Most people unknowingly live in boxes made of collective beliefs. They don't question why they think money takes decades to build, or why love must be difficult, or why healing should be slow. They just accept it, repeating inherited limitations as if they are universal laws. But the moment you stop accepting them, you weaken their grip. You begin to see that what you thought was impossible was only improbable inside a story that was never yours. You don't have to dismantle the collective. You only have to stop sourcing your truth from it. The more you align with what feels real to you, even if it contradicts the masses, the more the field begins to shift around your energy. And others feel it, because belief is contagious, and one aligned individual can do more to transform reality than a million who are only repeating what they were told. You are not here to follow the story. You are here to rewrite it. And the moment you stop looking around for permission, possibility begins to return to its original state. Infinite, waiting, listening, ready. You were taught that reality is objective, that there's a shared world we all live in, defined by the same limits, the same timelines, the same rules. But what you weren't told is that most of what we call reality is a group agreement, repeated, reinforced, and recycled so many times it began to feel like truth. This is the myth of consensus reality. It's not reality itself. It's a reflection of what the majority believes reality to be. And the more you align with it unconsciously, the more it shapes your life without your consent. Consensus reality is the average of human belief. It's the collective programming that says life is hard, time is linear, you have to earn your worth, and the extraordinary is only for the chosen few. These are not facts. They are frequencies. And because they've been repeated for generations, they form a dense vibration, a kind of psychic infrastructure that makes you doubt anything that falls outside of it. The myth is not that this reality doesn't exist. The myth is that it's the only one. You are not bound to what most people agree on. The field doesn't require consensus to generate outcomes. It requires clarity, and when your signal is clear, when you believe in something more, live as something more, embody something more, the field begins to reorganize around your reality, not the collective's, yours. This is why people who break the mold often feel isolated at first, because they're no longer vibrating at the level of agreement. They've stepped out of the shared trance, and that feels disorienting until the mirror starts catching up, until new reflections begin to form, until the version of life they've aligned with starts to materialize, not because the world changed, but because they stopped needing permission to believe differently. Consensus reality is powerful, not because it's true, but because it's reinforced. Every time you shrink a dream to make it more digestible to others, you're reinforcing it. Every time you doubt yourself because no one else sees what you see, you're strengthening it. But the moment you stop giving your power to the group narrative, your reality begins to liberate itself. You don't need mass agreement to live in a higher frequency. You only need consistency in your own signal. Reality is not fixed, it's filtered. You are not seeing the world as it is. You are seeing it as it has been agreed upon, and you have the power to opt out. Not by fighting consensus, but by transcending it, by living from a different rhythm, a different knowing, a different standard. You're not here to conform to the collective hallucination. You're here to create something clearer, purer, and more aligned with who you actually are. The myth of consensus reality ends the moment you stop repeating it, and from that silence, a new frequency can emerge, one that doesn't need to be popular to be powerful. One that reshapes the world, not through majority vote, but through individual coherence. And that begins with you. Every thought you think, every emotion you feel, every word you speak sends a signal into a field that never forgets. This isn't metaphor, it's mechanics. The cloud is listening, not the digital cloud of computers and networks, but the energetic cloud, the quantum field that stores, sorts, and responds to every frequency you emit. It doesn't forget your declarations, your doubts, your desires. It remembers, and it reflects them back as the conditions, people, and moments that shape your life. You don't live in isolation. You live inside an ecosystem of feedback. Every moment, the field around you is collecting data from your vibration and organizing outcomes in response to that signal. When you think something, it registers. When you feel something deeply, it registers louder. When you hold that frequency consistently, it begins to build. The cloud doesn't judge your signal, it echoes it. Not in punishment, not in reward, but in response to the instruction your energy is issuing. This is why things seem to come full circle, why thoughts become conversations, why emotions show up in other people's words, why synchronicity isn't strange, but standard. Because nothing you send out disappears. It waits, it calculates, it organizes behind the scenes. The delay you experience isn't because the system is slow, it's because it's waiting for your signal to stabilize. The cloud listens for consistency, not desperation, coherence, not volume. Most people aren't aware they're always transmitting. They believe they're only manifesting when they're visualizing or setting intentions. But the truth is, the field isn't listening only during rituals. It's listening constantly. When you complain, it hears you. When you celebrate, it hears you. When you say, "I never catch a break," or "I always find a way," the field receives that like code, and it responds by generating more of what matches. The cloud doesn't speak English or Spanish or any human language. It speaks in frequency, in rhythm, in resonance. If your inner world is full of noise, conflict, contradiction, confusion, the cloud receives mixed input and returns mixed outcomes. But when you align, when your emotions, words, and expectations agree, the signal sharpens. The cloud responds. Life becomes clearer. Events speed up. The algorithm has what it needs to build your next chapter. You're not here to yell into the void and hope something hears you. You're here to remember that something always hears you. And the moment you take responsibility for what you're uploading, your thoughts, your tone, your truth, the system begins to recalibrate. You're not manifesting from scratch. You're activating what's already been stored. The cloud is listening. And what you repeatedly send becomes what you steadily receive. Your frequency is the password. Your belief is the login. And your embodiment is the program. The system doesn't care if you're doing it on purpose. It cares if it's consistent. And once you align, once your uploads are clean, clear, and confident, the cloud doesn't hesitate. It delivers. Instantly, precisely, without fail. You don't live in a chaotic system. You live in a coded one. Reality is not built on randomness. It's built on structure. And beneath the appearances, beneath the fluctuations of emotion and circumstance, there is order. This order isn't rigid or punishing. It's elegant, intelligent, and precise. It is the foundation upon which all creation rests. This is universal law, the sacred code base that holds everything together. It's not metaphorical, it's functional. It's the operating system behind every experience you've ever had. Universal law isn't something you believe in like an opinion. It's something you interact with whether you realize it or not. Just like gravity doesn't care whether you understand it, the law of resonance, reflection, and rhythm doesn't wait for you to study it. It simply operates, and it operates in perfect harmony with your signal. Not what you wish, not what you want, what you are. When you hold a frequency, you issue a command. That command runs through the code base. It gets interpreted according to the laws that govern this reality. Laws like cause and effect, polarity, vibration, and correspondence. The law doesn't respond to your surface thoughts. It responds to your embodied state. You are not negotiating with the universe. You are programming it. And the code you send must align with the laws that structure its response. This is why things seem to just make sense when you're aligned. Why flow finds you when you stop forcing. Why resistance melts when you stop clinging. Because the laws don't respond to pressure. They respond to purity. The cleaner your signal, the faster the return. The more coherent your field, the more precise the reflection. It's not about effort. It's about clarity within the framework of something much older than your story. You are not above the code. You are not beneath it. You are in it. You are it. And when you align with universal law, you stop trying to bend reality to your will and start allowing it to reveal what's already written for those who know how to tune in. That's not weakness. That's mastery. You stop reacting. You start calibrating. You stop chasing. You start commanding. The sacred code base doesn't play favorites. It's not emotional. It's not moral. It's mathematical. It multiplies what's present. It reflects what's consistent. And it delivers not what you beg for, but what you broadcast. The moment you understand that, everything simplifies. Life is no longer a test. It's a mirror. The universe is no longer distant. It's responsive. And creation is no longer a mystery. It's mechanical in the most divine way. The laws are always on. You're not waiting for alignment. Alignment is waiting for you. And once you meet it, once your inner world honors the rules of the game, reality stops resisting because it doesn't need convincing. It needs congruence. And universal law is simply the language through which truth becomes form. Always, instantly, flawlessly, every time. You're not just living in the system, you're interacting with it constantly. Your consciousness is not passive, it's not a spectator, and it's not waiting on external input to come alive. It's an active interface, a direct access point into the field. Your consciousness is an API, an energetic programming interface through which commands are sent, and reality is shaped. The thoughts you think, the emotions you feel, the identity you hold. These aren't just internal, they are inputs, and they're translated in real time into structure, outcome, and experience. In technology, an API allows separate systems to communicate, to request information, and to deliver responses. Your consciousness works the same way. It connects you to a larger intelligence, one that doesn't need words or rituals, just frequency. When your inner state is clear, when your desire is coherent, your API is open and clean. The signal goes out. The system understands the request, and response becomes inevitable. You are not waiting for life to happen. You are coding it through your interface, constantly. Most people don't realize they're programming the system. They think they're reacting to it. But every reaction is also an instruction. When you feel fear and respond with avoidance, you tell the system, not yet. When you feel possibility and move with faith, you say, I'm ready. Your interface isn't judged, it's mirrored. And every time you shift internally, your external updates accordingly. Not eventually, but immediately, though you may not see the full rendering right away. You've already experienced this. The moment you shifted out of scarcity and into trust, the phone rang. The opportunity appeared. The block softened. The code you were running changed, and the system followed, not because you begged, but because you transmitted. That's how the API of consciousness works. It's not controlled through force. It's accessed through alignment. You don't need to figure out how the system will respond. You just need to become clear on what you're asking it to mirror. If your thoughts, energy, and identity are in conflict, the system gets mixed signals. The request times out, the data gets lost. But when everything lines up, when your frequency is clean, the field understands your input without hesitation, and manifestation becomes nothing more than output catching up with intention. This is not about perfection, it's about precision. You don't need to get everything right. You just need to remember that you're always logged in. The system doesn't need you to scream, it needs a signal. And the clearer your consciousness becomes, the more refined your access becomes. You stop reacting to the external and start realizing that the external is just a delayed reflection of what you've already processed internally. You are not separate from the code. You are the one writing it, and your consciousness is the channel. Always live, always open, always programming the reality that rises to meet you, line by line, moment by moment, signal by signal. You were never meant to create alone. not because you're incapable, but because you're connected to a system far more intelligent, far more responsive, and far more aware than your conscious mind could ever be. This system is the infinite field, a living, breathing intelligence that surrounds and flows through everything. It doesn't need to be convinced, and it doesn't need to be forced. It only needs to be engaged. The moment you stop trying to do it all yourself and begin to collaborate with the field, reality starts to rearrange. Not slower, faster, not harder, smoother. You've been taught to push, to figure it out, to map every step, but the field is already mapped. It holds every version of your life, every possible outcome, every unseen opportunity. Your job isn't to control it. Your job is to communicate with it, to sync with it, to move in rhythm with what it already knows about who you are and where you're going. The field is not separate from you. It responds to you. And the moment you treat it like a partner rather than a machine, it begins to move with you. Collaboration requires trust. It's the decision to stop micromanaging every detail and start listening for guidance you can't yet explain. It's reaching a point where you realize logic isn't the only language the universe speaks. Sometimes the field delivers through timing, sometimes through symbols, sometimes through a whisper you almost ignored. When you're collaborating, these aren't strange. They're standard. They're how the system works when you let go of needing it all to make sense before you follow the signal. You're not supposed to manifest in isolation. You're supposed to tune in, tune up, and move in step with the field's response. That means asking a question and then watching for how the answer arrives, not forcing it, but receiving it. That means declaring your intention and then being willing to be guided toward the path that wasn't visible until you said yes. The field knows shortcuts. It knows alignments. It knows where you're headed before you do, and it's always offering support. But support isn't loud, it's subtle. It requires presence to perceive. The collaboration becomes stronger when you stop doubting the signals, when you start treating your internal nudges as sacred, not silly. When you act on the knowing even when the evidence hasn't shown up yet, that's when the field starts to accelerate. It's not responding to your effort, it's responding to your availability. When you make space for it, it moves. You're not here to control the simulation, you're here to participate in it. You're here to write your part while trusting the field to coordinate the rest. And when you meet the system halfway, through clarity, openness, and alignment, you begin to experience life not as a struggle, but as a dance. One step from you, one step from the infinite, always listening, always responding, always ready to move when you are. Not everything you encounter in this life is random. Some of it was chosen long before you arrived. These are your soul contracts, embedded agreements, made not with your conscious mind, but with your deeper self. They are not punishments, they are not traps, they are anchors placed within the timeline to ensure your awakening, your remembering, your return to alignment. These contracts are coded into your field, woven into your experiences, and often disguised as difficulty, challenge, or inexplicable magnetism. Soul contracts are not always pleasant, but they are precise. You don't meet certain people by coincidence. You feel them before you know them. You recognize them without reason. Something stirs, a charge, a pull, a deep familiarity that defies logic. These contracts aren't always about love or harmony. Some come to activate pain. Some come to expose the beliefs you've outgrown. Some exist only to push you into the version of yourself you've been avoiding. They're not here to make life easier. They're here to make your evolution undeniable. Most people resist their contracts because they don't recognize them as sacred. They see the pain, the heartbreak, the loss, and they label it as unfair. But contracts are not written in comfort. They are written in code. And the code is designed to activate the exact emotional sequence needed to rewire your identity, reawaken your power, and realign your frequency. When you stop asking why it happened and start asking what it's unlocking, the contract begins to complete. Some contracts are brief, a conversation, a moment, a glance that alters your trajectory forever. Others are longer, lifelong ties, karmic loops, patterns that beg to be broken so something new can be born. The duration doesn't matter, the impact does. And the field never loses track of what was agreed. Even when you forget, even when you resist, even when you fall asleep in the story, the contract waits. It pulses through encounters, through memories, through dreams. You can't cancel a soul contract through avoidance. You complete it through awareness. You feel the pain fully. You take the lesson. You embody the upgrade. And in doing so, you release the loop. Completion isn't about cutting ties. It's about extracting the truth. Once the truth is embodied, the contract dissolves. The embedded agreement has served its purpose. You're not a victim of fate. You're a participant in design. Some of what hurts the most was never meant to last. It was meant to awaken. And when you honor that, when you stop blaming the mirror and start seeing the message, you become the one who fulfills the agreement with grace instead of resistance. These contracts don't exist to bind you. They exist to set you free by showing you who you are not, so you can finally remember who you are. And once the remembering begins, the field shifts because the contract is no longer needed. The message was received. The soul was heard. The upgrade is now active. Some patterns don't break with effort. They don't respond to discipline or routine. They're not habits. They're agreements. Deep, often unconscious contracts made with life itself. Agreements you didn't sign with your hand, but with your energy. Agreements that said, I'll stay small if it keeps me safe, or I'll trade my truth for belonging, or I'll keep struggling because ease feels unsafe. These are system-level agreements, internal rules embedded so deeply they shape the way the algorithm reads your frequency. And until they're broken, they keep broadcasting the same reality, no matter how much you try to change the surface. You don't remember making them, but they run like code. They were born in moments of pain, fear, or powerlessness. Moments when you decided, consciously or not, that the cost of freedom was too high. That visibility came with danger, that love came with loss, that expansion meant exposure, and so you agreed in that instant to a quieter life, a safer identity, a smaller signal, not because you were weak, but because you were protecting yourself the only way you knew how. The field honors these agreements, not because they're true, but because they're consistent. The system mirrors what you embody. If the agreement says, I'm not meant for more, the algorithm delivers accordingly. It doesn't ask if it's good for you. It checks for integrity between your signal and your outcome. And when the signal says limit, reality echoes it without hesitation. To break a system-level agreement, you don't need to fight it. You need to name it. You need to speak it out loud so it stops operating in the background. The moment you make the invisible visible, the hold weakens. The power was never in the agreement itself. It was in your unconscious consent. And once that consent is revoked, the code begins to clear. But this kind of shift isn't intellectual. It's embodied. You don't just say, I'm done. You walk differently. You choose differently. You breathe as if you're no longer carrying the old script. Because breaking the agreement means replacing it with something more aligned, something true. It means installing a new instruction, one that says, I can be powerful and safe, or I can be seen and loved, or I can expand without losing myself. These new agreements don't just change your mindset, they change your frequency. And the field responds not because you convinced it, but because you became someone new, someone who no longer believes safety and suffering must coexist, someone who no longer equates shrinking with surviving, someone who has updated the system from the inside out. The algorithm doesn't care how long the old agreement has been running. It only cares what signal you're sending now, and when you stop reinforcing the old contract, when you stand in a new energy long enough, the system updates. The loop ends, The limit lifts, the reflection changes, not because life became easier, but because you finally ended the agreement that said it had to be hard. Dreams are not just stories your brain tells itself while your body sleeps. They are not random or meaningless. They are functional. They are active code being processed, sorted, and rewritten. When you dream, you're not escaping reality. You're restructuring it. Your dreams are how the system recompiles your mind, filing away the unnecessary, surfacing the unresolved, and testing potential versions of your future in a space where resistance is minimal and logic cannot interfere. Every night you enter a space where the rules are different. The ego softens, the gatekeeper loosens, and suddenly the boundaries you cling to during the day dissolve. Identities shift, time bends, emotions intensify, and through this loosened state your consciousness begins to organize everything you've absorbed. Not just memories, but belief systems, thought patterns, emotional responses. The system uses dreams to refine your code, to update the internal architecture you'll operate from when you wake. You've felt this before, the way a dream can linger even if it made no sense, the way it stirs something deeper than thought. That's not just symbolism, it's integration. It's your subconscious communicating in the only way it can when the analytical mind is asleep. What you suppress in waking life returns in your dreams, not to punish you, but to process what you refused to face. The dream doesn't create the fear, it reveals the file that was never closed. But dreams also hold more than reflection. They hold potential. The versions of you you're becoming often appear first in your dream space. You feel their confidence. You experience their freedom. You live in their timeline for a few fleeting moments. And that's not fantasy. It's alignment. It's a preview of who you're capable of being. A momentary test run of the signal before it stabilizes. The more you anchor those states upon waking, the more they begin to show up in your physical life. Not because the dream made it happen, but because it revealed the path. Dreams don't obey your schedule. They operate according to your emotional frequency. If something keeps repeating, it's because the code hasn't been fully resolved. If you dream about expansion, it's because your field is opening. If you dream about falling, it may be a release of old control patterns. Every dream is a download. Some are subtle, some are loud. All are instructions. You don't need to interpret every detail. You need to feel what the dream leaves behind. Ask yourself not just, what did I see, but how did I feel? Because that feeling is the frequency being installed. That's what's being compiled while you sleep. And when you wake, that version of you is slightly different, slightly upgraded, slightly clearer. The system is always refining itself, and your dreams are the quiet, sacred language through which the unconscious becomes real, through which the next version of your mind is shaped, not by thought, but by energy, not by effort, but by night. And you don't have to understand how it works. You only have to honor that it does, every time you close your eyes. You're not just imagining when you visualize, you're injecting data into the system. Lucid visioning isn't daydreaming, it's energetic coding. It's the deliberate act of feeding the field with precise emotional and visual input, not to wish for a different life, but to begin building it. The mind doesn't distinguish between what is vividly imagined and what is physically experienced, and neither does the field. When you vision with clarity, feeling, and repetition, you're not asking reality to change, you're instructing it. This is the mistake most people make. They think visioning is about creating a fantasy and hoping it becomes real, but the system doesn't respond to fantasy, it responds to signal, and signal is built from clarity. The more vividly you see the version of you that already lives inside your desired reality, their posture, their tone, their rhythm, the more detailed the data you inject, and the more accurate the system's reflection becomes. Lucid visioning means holding an image in your mind as if it's already real, not later, but now. It's not about trying to control the outcome. It's about becoming the version of yourself who already knows the outcome is guaranteed. That version doesn't hope. They remember. They don't wait. They embody. And when you access that state, even for a few minutes, you leave a new imprint in the field. A new set of instructions, a new frequency to be mirrored. Your imagination is not weak. It is not secondary. It's a tool for accessing alternate timelines and bringing their information into your current one. When used intentionally, it becomes a transmission. You see it, you feel it, you hold it, and the system begins to shift. The field doesn't ask if it's possible. It asks if you're coherent enough to maintain the signal. Lucid visioning isn't a wish. It's a declaration in image form. You've already done this without realizing it. The way you anticipate problems and then experience them. The way you prepare for disappointment and somehow always find it. That's visioning too, just in reverse. Every time you rehearse what you don't want, you're injecting that data as well. The system isn't biased. It reflects whatever you repeat. So when you flip the script, when you start rehearsing joy, ease, success, love, the mirror flips too. The power isn't just in the image, it's in the emotion behind it. When you feel the future version of yourself like a present truth, the code goes deeper. You stop being the observer of the scene and start becoming the one living it. That shift is everything. The field reads that embodiment as a green light. It begins rearranging. Lucid visioning isn't a fantasy, it's a function. It's a way to send new commands into the operating system of reality. And every time you do it with presence, with precision, with belief, you reshape the future, not by forcing it, but by choosing it. Not by waiting, but by seeing it so clearly that it has no choice but to arrive. You're not walking a single path. You're moving through a matrix of infinite timelines, each one a different version of reality, shaped by your current frequency. Every choice, every belief, every state of being positions you on a specific branch. These aren't theoretical possibilities. They're active options running in parallel, each with its own environment, relationships, outcomes, and versions of you. The timeline matrix isn't something you access later. You're in it now. And your consciousness is the cursor, selecting which reality you step into. Most people think the future unfolds like a road, linear, fixed, already built. But in the matrix, time doesn't move forward. It responds. It reorganizes. Every time you shift your state, you shift your track. A new timeline becomes active. Not because you forced something, but because you became a match for it. The system doesn't deliver outcomes based on desire alone. It delivers based on alignment with a specific thread of possibility. That thread already exists. Your job isn't to create it, it's to tune to it. This is why things can change so quickly. Why someone can go from invisible to magnetic, from stuck to accelerating, from lost to clear. They didn't gradually climb a ladder, they jumped timelines, not by accident, but by resonance. They stopped being a match for their current reality and began embodying the version of self that belongs on a higher timeline. That shift in identity redirected the flow, and the matrix responded accordingly. You don't move through the matrix with effort. You move with energy. Your emotional state is your access point. Your belief system is the filter. Your decisions are the activators. The moment you act from a new level of trust, from a deeper knowing, from a different standard, the system recalculates. It doesn't ask for time. It responds to clarity. The matrix is always listening. It tracks where your consciousness is anchored. If you're constantly revisiting the past, it routes you toward timelines that echo that past. If you keep rehearsing failure, it selects futures that match the frequency of defeat. But when you shift into vision, into embodiment, into the present moment power of who you choose to be now, you begin accessing timelines that were previously unavailable. Each timeline feels different. Some are heavy, slow, familiar. Others are light, expansive, accelerated. You know which one you're on, not by what's happening, but by how it feels. The feeling is the indicator, and the moment you no longer resonate with your current path, you're free to shift. Instantly. Not by pushing, but by choosing differently. The timeline matrix is not about destiny, it's about selection. You're not stuck in one version of life unless you believe you are, and the moment you remember you're the navigator, not the passenger, the system begins to show you just how responsive it really is. You are one choice away from a different world, and the cursor is already in your hand. You've been taught that memory is something solid, unchangeable, archived and stored in your brain like files in a cabinet, but memory isn't fixed code, it's fluid. Every time you recall an experience, you're not just accessing it, you're rewriting it. The act of remembering brings the memory into the present moment, where your current frequency, identity, and emotional state can alter its structure. The past doesn't just sit quietly behind you, it updates itself according to who you are now. This is not about denial or delusion. It's about understanding how your mind and the field work together. The subconscious doesn't distinguish between what happened and what is repeatedly reinforced. If you tell the same painful story with the same emotional charge over and over, that memory becomes stronger, not because it's more true, but because it's being compiled with renewed energy. It becomes dominant code, and that code influences what the field mirrors back. But the opposite is also true. When you revisit a memory from a higher state, when you return to it with compassion, with understanding, with a new lens, you begin to dissolve the version that was shaped in fear or shame. You don't erase what happened. You change what it means. You change who you were in it. You rewrite the self that came out of it. And that new version becomes the anchor. The point of origin from which future timelines begin to respond differently. You've already done this, even if you didn't realize it. A painful moment that once felt defining starts to soften. You see it from a new angle. You realize the strength it gave you, or the clarity it forced you to claim. That shift didn't happen because the event changed. It happened because you changed. And your new identity sent a new signal to the memory. The system received the update. The power of memory is not in the event. It's in the story you attach to it. And stories are code. They instruct the algorithm of reality about who you are, what you expect, and what kind of life you're aligned with. When you shift the memory's message, the field stops reflecting the version of you that was born from pain and starts responding to the version of you that emerged from truth. This is why healing creates acceleration, not because the past disappears, but because its energetic hold dissolves. The loop ends, the trigger fades. The same experiences no longer show up because you're no longer running the same code. You didn't need to change history, you just needed to remember differently. Consciously, deliberately, and with the intention to liberate, not repeat. Your memory is not your prison, it's your programming. And programming can be rewritten. The field doesn't care what happened, it cares what you believe about what happened. Shift that, and you don't just free yourself from the past, you unlock futures that were never accessible from the old version of you. The memory updates, the mirror shifts, and you begin again. This time with power. Every decision you make is not just a choice, it's a selection, a directional input that sends you into a specific version of reality. Parallel realities aren't distant or imaginary. They're running right now, side by side, like overlapping scripts in a multi-threaded system. Each script contains a different version of you, a different sequence of events, a different storyline altogether. And every moment, whether consciously or unconsciously, you're aligning with one of them based on who you're being, what you're believing, and how you're choosing. You're not stuck in one timeline unless you think you are. Most people unknowingly lock into the same version of reality day after day, not because it's the only one available, but because it's the one they've rehearsed the most. They wake up thinking the same thoughts, feeling the same emotions, expecting the same outcomes. That repetition becomes identity, and identity becomes alignment. The script loops not because the universe is limited, but because the signal you're sending is. But the moment you shift your internal state, truly shift it, you begin to change scripts. Maybe nothing looks different at first, but behind the scenes, variables start to rearrange. People respond to you differently. Opportunities appear that weren't previously visible. The tone of life begins to change, not because the world outside has been rewritten, but because you've moved to a different version of it. You're now on a branch where that new outcome already exists. This is why things can feel surreal when you make a significant inner shift. Suddenly, you're having conversations that feel like echoes from a dream. Suddenly, the thing that felt impossible is normal. You didn't manifest something from thin air. You aligned with a script where it was already happening. The field is infinite. Every possible version of your life already exists. You don't create it. You tune to it. Every time you make a different decision, one that comes from your higher self rather than your history, you create a split. A new branch activates, and the system begins feeding you data that matches it. This is how you quantum leap, not by force, but by precision. You collapse timelines by choosing differently enough, consistently enough, that the old script can no longer find you. You stop being a match for who you were, and the field stops reflecting that version. You don't need to understand how it all works. You only need to understand that it does, and that every thought, every emotion, every choice is a directional command. The field doesn't ask, "Is this likely?" It asks, "Is this aligned?" And when your signal is aligned with a new story, the system follows, not slowly, not eventually, immediately. You're not writing one life, you're choosing from many, and every moment is an invitation to switch scripts. The question isn't whether another version of you exists. The question is whether you're willing to become the one who lives there. And once you do, the scene changes instantly, because you're now in a different film entirely. Your future self isn't an idea. It's not just a concept you hope to become someday. It's an active node in the system, already broadcasting a signal. A version of you exists right now, one who has the clarity, peace, resources, love, or success you're reaching for. And they are not separate from you. They're accessible, always transmitting, always available to be tuned into. You don't create your future self, you align with them. In a non-linear system, time is not a straight path. It's a field of coexisting points. Each version of you is alive in its own frequency, and your access to those versions depends on the signal you're currently holding. You can't think your way into becoming your future self. You have to feel your way into their frequency. The more clearly you tune in, the more guidance, ideas, and decisions begin to arise, not from logic, but from resonance. Your future self has already solved the thing you're stressing about. They've already walked through the door you can't yet see. They're not a fantasy, they're a map, a transmission point rooted in a reality that's already unfolding on a higher timeline. And the more you embody their energy now, the faster the timelines collapse. You don't have to wait 10 years to become them. You simply have to become the kind of person who makes the decisions they would make now. Most people chase the future like it's something far away, but what they're really chasing is alignment. They're waiting to feel confident until success shows up. They're waiting to trust until the path is safe. But your future self isn't holding back. They already know. And when you start tuning in, walking like them, speaking like them, choosing like them, you create an access point in this reality for that frequency to land. You don't need to be perfect. You need to be consistent. You need to pause throughout the day and ask, what would the version of me who already has it do right now? That's not imagination. That's signal retrieval. You're not pretending. You're syncing. The more you live from that space, the more reality bends, not because you forced it, but because you finally matched it. Your future self is not just a destination. They are your next level operator, a part of your consciousness that holds the blueprint for a higher experience. When you consult that node instead of your fears, your decisions change, your habits shift, your emotional baseline rises, and the system begins to respond to that version of you. You're never far from the life you want. You're just one alignment away from the self who's already living it. Tune in, listen, follow. The more you act from your future self, the faster they become your present. Not later, not someday, now. Because the signal was always there, you just had to step into it, and once you do, everything recalibrates. Instantly. Life doesn't always change gradually. Sometimes it jumps. A conversation, a decision, a moment of clarity can shift your entire trajectory. These are jump points, energetic intersections where you shift your alignment and step into a higher timeline. They aren't forced, and they aren't random. They appear when your internal state becomes coherent enough to sync with a version of reality you previously couldn't access. The jump doesn't come because you've waited long enough. It comes because you finally match it. A jump point is not a reward, it's a reflection. It's the moment when your beliefs, emotions, and identity reach a frequency that resonates with a faster, cleaner, more aligned version of your life. And because the field is always listening, always mirroring, it doesn't delay the response. The moment you shift, the scene around you begins to rearrange. The people change, the options multiply. What once felt far suddenly feels inevitable. Not because reality bent to your will, but because you stopped vibrating at the level of delay. These moments often feel surreal. You get the call. You say yes without hesitation. You finally speak the truth you've been holding. The old fear breaks like glass, and what's left is space. Space for something higher to land. The jump can look external, but it's always internal first. It happens the moment you decide, not just in your mind, but in your energy, that you are no longer available for the version of life you've been settling for. Most people don't miss jump points because they're not available. They miss them because they doubt the signal. They get the nudge but talk themselves out of it. They feel the alignment but wait for evidence. But jump points don't arrive with proof. They arrive with presence, with a deep, unmistakable knowing that says, it's time. And when you say yes to that knowing without asking for guarantees, the field begins the upgrade. You don't have to chase jump points. You have to prepare for them. You do this by raising your baseline, by aligning with the version of yourself who already lives on the higher timeline, by practicing the thoughts, habits, and emotional states that would be natural to that version. When that becomes your default, the jump point appears, not as magic, but as math. The system calculates your alignment and delivers the path that matches. Sometimes the jump feels gentle, other times it feels like a rupture, but it always leaves you different, lighter, clearer, and once you land in the new frequency, you wonder why you ever waited, because what felt impossible days ago now feels obvious. That's the gift of a jump point. It collapses doubt and expands possibility, not slowly, but all at once. You are never more than one alignment away from the next jump. Don't look for it. Become it. The field is ready when you are, and the moment you say yes to the higher version of you, the jump becomes inevitable. Instantly, elegantly, completely. Identity isn't just who you think you are. It's the anchor point that locks you into a timeline. In a quantum system where infinite versions of reality exist, each one is shaped not by external events, but by the version of you that's experiencing them. You don't attract what you want. You attract what your identity is coded to expect. This is why change doesn't begin with action. It begins with anchoring a new identity at the frequency of the reality you desire. Most people try to achieve their goals by forcing behavior. They change habits, routines, and environments, but the identity underneath remains the same. The belief that says, I'm still not enough, I still need to prove, I'm still becoming. But if you act from an identity that says the result is far away, then the system keeps it far away. The field doesn't mirror what you wish for, it mirrors what you've already anchored. Quantum identity anchoring is the conscious act of choosing who you are before the evidence arrives. It's holding the frequency of the end result, not as something you chase, but as something you embody now. That version of you already exists in the quantum field. Your job isn't to build them. Your job is to tune to them and stabilize the signal. When you do that, the timeline begins to merge. The outer world starts responding as if the shift has already happened, because internally it has. Anchoring is not pretending, it's becoming. It's choosing the thoughts, emotional tone, body language, and boundaries of your future self and making them non-negotiable. You feel the shift in your chest. You notice the change in your decisions. You stop looking for validation because you are no longer waiting for confirmation. You are broadcasting completion. Anchoring also requires consistency. You don't visit your new identity like a vacation. You live there. You practice it through triggers. You choose it when doubt arises. You return to it when old patterns try to reclaim you. Each time you hold the new frequency, you reinforce the code. You make it stronger than the pull of the past. And eventually, that version of you becomes dominant. This is not about faking confidence or forcing optimism. It's about collapsing time. When you anchor your identity to the version of you who has already received, the field must respond with matching events. Reality begins to shape itself not around what you're doing, but around who you've declared yourself to be. You've been unconsciously anchoring your identity your whole life. Now you get to do it consciously. You get to write the code on purpose. Because the version of you you're calling in isn't a fantasy. It's a frequency. And it becomes real the moment you decide to live from it. Not later, not once the proof arrives. Now, anchor it, stabilize it, and watch everything realign around who you already are. You were not dropped into a closed system. You're living in an open source simulation, one that is constantly being edited, updated, and shaped by consciousness itself. The structures you move through, the patterns you see, the outcomes you expect, none of them are fixed. They're code, open to modification the moment you remember you have access. You don't need special credentials to change the system. You need awareness. Because the moment you realize that reality is not rigid, you stop asking for permission to shift it. In a closed system, everything is predetermined. In an open source simulation, everything is influenced by your signal. You are not a passive observer, you are a contributor. Every belief, every emotion, every assumption you carry becomes a line of code that updates the part of the system you're currently living inside. You're not separate from the simulation. You're logged into it, and it's listening for your next command. This is why breakthroughs often come after breakdowns. When the old code no longer functions, when the patterns start to glitch, it's not failure. It's the system making space for an update. You're being invited to modify the script, to override the inherited defaults with conscious input. Most people never do this because they assume reality is something they must endure. But reality, at its core, is collaborative. It responds to interaction. Every limitation you've been told is hardwired is just a widely accepted script, one that's been running on repeat because enough people believe it should. But just because it's common doesn't mean it's closed. You can fork the code at any time. You can install new beliefs, new expectations, new identities. And when you do, your version of the simulation starts running differently. People treat you differently. Opportunities appear where there were none. Not because life got better, because you became an active participant in its architecture. The open source nature of existence means the rules aren't absolute. They're fluid. Reality mirrors the dominant patterns of consciousness. When those patterns change, the environment updates. What was once impossible becomes probable. What was once improbable becomes effortless. And you begin to see that the only thing keeping you confined was the assumption that you couldn't contribute to the system's design. You don't need to ask whether this is real. You need to ask what kind of reality your current code is creating. If you're still running old loops, scarcity, fear, doubt, it's not because you're broken. It's because you haven't edited the default. But you can. The command line is open. The system is waiting. It will run whatever you submit with consistency and clarity. You're not here to observe the simulation. You're here to shape it. And the moment you take ownership of that role, everything begins to respond. Not because you figured it all out, but because you finally logged in, not as a user, as a creator. The code is yours now. Start writing. Not every shift requires action. Some of the most profound recalibrations happen in silence. Not the absence of sound, but the absence of noise. The mental clutter, the emotional static, the constant stream of effort trying to manage, control, or fix life. Silence isn't emptiness, it's signal. It's where your truest frequency becomes audible to the field. And when you enter it fully, without distraction or agenda, you don't just pause the simulation, you update it. In silence, the ego softens. The mind loses its grip on old narratives. The energy you've been projecting outward begins to turn inward. And when that happens, your baseline frequency rises. Not because you're doing more, but because you're finally becoming clear. Silence dissolves distortion. It reveals the gap between the identity you've been performing and the truth you've been avoiding. And the moment that gap is seen, the shift begins. The system doesn't need constant input to respond. It needs coherence. Silence is the environment where that coherence is cultivated. It's where fragmented thoughts can settle, where misaligned stories lose their hold, and where your nervous system remembers how to rest. And that rest is not passive, it's powerful. In stillness, your body returns to its natural rhythm, your field clears, and what you were trying to force with words or action begins to flow back to you without resistance. You've likely experienced this without realizing it. The solution that arrived in the shower, the clarity that dropped in during a walk, the emotion that moved through after you stopped trying to name it. These weren't accidents. They were the field finally getting a clean channel. When your energy is silent, it's readable. When your energy is readable, it's receivable. And when it's receivable, the reflection changes. Silence is not withdrawal, it's communion. It's where you meet the intelligence of the field without interference. You stop broadcasting chaos, and the field stops returning confusion. You enter the void not to escape life, but to recalibrate your place within it. You stop speaking over your own signal. You let the system feel you, raw, real, unedited, and that honesty carries more power than any strategy ever could. In a world that glorifies movement, silence is a revolution. It's a declaration that your worth is not measured by your output, that your transformation doesn't require constant narration, that you can shift your reality not just by doing something new, but by finally being still long enough for your current signal to dissolve. And when it does, the next version of you emerges, not as a goal, but as a natural result. You don't have to prove your readiness. You don't have to speak your worth into existence. You can sit in silence and let your energy say it all. The field will hear you. The system will adjust. And life will mirror back not your effort, but your frequency, clean, calm, and aligned. Because in silence, you become unmistakable. And in that stillness, everything begins. Most people live their lives from the surface, reacting to thoughts, managing emotions, responding to circumstances. They operate from scattered files, fragmented scripts, temporary fixes. But deep beneath all of that is something more stable, more powerful, more essential. It's your root directory, the core frequency where your original code is stored. When you live from that space, you stop looping through old subroutines. You stop trying to rewrite reality from the edge. You begin building it from the source. Your root directory is not your personality. It's not your habits or your history. It's the part of you that was untouched by programming. The pure signal, the part that knows without needing proof, that chooses without hesitation, that moves without seeking validation. Most people forget this part exists because they've built layers of identity on top of it. Layers built from survival, approval, performance, and fear. But the deeper you go, the more you remember that your truth was never lost. It was just buried. When you operate from the root, everything simplifies. Decisions become clearer, reactions dissolve. You don't need to filter your desires through a lens of permission. You act because you're anchored. You choose because you trust. You speak because the signal is clean. The system responds faster when your commands come from this level, not because you're louder, but because you're deeper. The field doesn't listen to noise, it listens to source. You've felt it before, those rare moments where you moved without overthinking, where your body knew something before your mind caught up, where your yes or no was immediate and unwavering. That wasn't impulse, that was root-level command. It didn't need analysis, it didn't need justification, it was truth spoken in frequency. And that kind of signal reconfigures timelines instantly. The challenge is staying there. The world tries to pull you up into the noise, into fear, into distraction, into performance. But you don't have to answer every ping. You don't have to open every mental tab. You can pause, breathe, drop beneath the chatter and ask, what does the root know? The root always knows. It never panics, it never doubts. It simply is. Living from the root doesn't mean bypassing emotion. It means guiding emotion from a place of clarity. It doesn't mean avoiding uncertainty. It means navigating it with inner stability. When you live from your root, you stop asking the world who you are. You start telling it. You stop waiting for alignment. You become alignment. This is not about retreating from life. It's about returning to the place where life responds differently. From the root, manifestation isn't a request. It's a realization. You're not hoping. You're remembering. You're not performing. You're transmitting. The deeper the source, the clearer the code. And when your life is built from that space, it doesn't need to be forced. It unfolds, precisely, powerfully, and always in harmony with the truth you no longer doubt. You speak more than you realize, not just with your voice, but with your vibration. Every word that leaves your lips is a spell, every sentence a command sent into the field. The language you use is not just communication, it's creation. Words don't describe your reality, they direct it. They don't just express how you feel, they tell the system what to reflect, what to repeat, and what to render next. Most people speak casually, unconsciously, forgetting that their voice is an interface. They speak doubt like it's harmless. They narrate limitation like it's fact. They joke about pain, struggle, and failure, unaware that the field isn't judging their humor, it's receiving their command. When you say, nothing ever works out for me, or I'm just always behind, or this is my luck, you're not being self-aware, you're being instructive, and the system obeys. The field is listening, not just to your big declarations, but to the subtle phrases you repeat without thought. Every time you say, I can't, I don't, I'm not, you're carving out a version of self that the algorithm mirrors back with total precision. You don't get what you want. You get what your words say you expect. Your voice doesn't just describe your identity, it anchors it. But this isn't about becoming fearful of your words. It's about becoming intentional, because once you remember that your voice is power, you stop using it carelessly. You stop outsourcing your signal to old stories. You begin to choose. You speak like someone who knows the system is responding. You use language to align, not to justify. And the more consistently you do, the faster the field adjusts. You've seen this work. The moment you started saying, "I'm done with this," and meant it, the pattern broke. The day you declared, "I'm not settling anymore," something shifted. That wasn't coincidence. That was your voice broadcasting a new command, one the field had no choice but to honor. The clearer the spell, the stronger the return. Words spoken from the root are undeniable. You don't need to yell, you don't need to explain. You speak it and it lands, not because you're forcing it, but because it's real, because it's aligned, because the energy behind the word is coherent. That's what the system reads, not the syllables, but the signal. So speak from where you want to live. Speak like it's already yours. Speak not just to express, but to activate. Use your voice to close old timelines and open new ones. Use your language to collapse the delay between desire and embodiment. Every word is a tool, every phrase a thread in the fabric of the reality you're weaving. You're not just talking, you're casting, you're instructing the mirror to reshape. And when your words align with your frequency, the reflection comes fast, clean, and precise. Because you didn't just ask, you commanded. And the field, as always, listens. Every time, without exception. Your environment isn't just something you live inside. It's a reflection, a mirror, a living feedback loop showing you exactly what signal you're broadcasting. Most people think their surroundings are separate from their inner world, but the two are always in conversation. Your environment is your current vibration made visible. The people, the places, the timing of events, the tone of your daily life. They don't just happen. They echo the frequency you carry. The field is always responding to who you are being. When your signal is fragmented, your environment reflects disorder. When your signal is coherent, the space around you begins to harmonize. You walk into a room and feel supported. You open your phone and see confirmations. Conversations shift. Timing lines up. This isn't luck, it's response. The system listens and returns the most accurate mirror possible. You felt this before. The day everything flowed, the mood that lifted the whole room, the subtle shift in how others treated you when you stopped needing approval and started owning your energy. These weren't coincidences, they were calibrations. Your environment tuned itself to your updated internal code, not because you asked it to, but because it always does. But the mirror works both ways. When you feel trapped in chaos, friction, or dullness, it's not just the world acting on you. It's a reflection of where your energy might be out of sync. It's not blame, it's information. And once you stop reacting to the environment and start reading it, you gain access to the deeper conversation taking place. The field is saying, here is your current setting. Do you wish to continue broadcasting this frequency? The shift happens when you stop trying to escape the environment and start updating the signal, not by moving cities or changing rooms, but by shifting the frequency you bring to those places. When you change your tone, the tone of your space begins to shift. When you raise your standard internally, the external begins to elevate. You don't need to force it. You need to embody it. Environment is not static, it's alive. It rearranges based on what you expect, what you accept, and what you assume. When you declare a new identity and stand in it fully, your space begins to reorganize. The people who match your old frequency drift away. New opportunities arrive without announcement. The timing becomes elegant. The path becomes visible. Because you've changed the request. You've rewritten the code. You're not stuck in your environment, you're shaping it. Every emotion, every assumption, every repeated thought is another signal being read by the field. When you start treating your environment as feedback, not as limitation, you begin to reclaim your role as the signal bearer, the initiator, the coder. Nothing around you is random, it's all response. And the moment you shift, the moment you decide, the moment you broadcast a new level of being, your environment updates without delay, without struggle, because it's not static, it's listening, and it's always reflecting who you are now. Stillness isn't doing nothing. It's doing something very specific, very powerful, and often very misunderstood. In a culture that worships constant motion, stillness can look like weakness. But in the language of the field, stillness is not absence, it's input. It's the clearest signal you can send when clarity is what's most needed. It doesn't scream for change. It opens space for change to occur without interference. Stillness is strategic, not passive. It is not a lack of movement, it is a recalibration of power. Most people reach for stillness only when they're overwhelmed, when action no longer works, when the answers don't come, when the push begins to backfire. But stillness is not a last resort, it's a master key. When used with intention, it becomes the moment the algorithm catches up to the update you just installed. When you sit in stillness, you allow the system to process your last command without you rewriting it out of fear. You stop scrambling for control and start trusting the function of reflection. Stillness is where integration happens. It's where identity stabilizes. You can declare a new belief, envision a new future, embody a new frequency. But if you don't allow space for the field to respond, you short-circuit the loop. Stillness is that space. It is the breath between the broadcast and the return. Without it, you're constantly adding noise to a system that's already trying to deliver. With it, you're saying, I trust that the signal has been sent. I'm no longer chasing, I'm receiving. You felt this before, the moment you finally let go, not in defeat, but in calm certainty, and everything began to shift. That wasn't surrender in the sense of giving up, that was strategic stillness. You gave the system clean air to respond. And it did. Not because you forced it, but because you stopped distorting it. The signal landed, the mirror reflected, the path unfolded. Stillness is also where you find alignment with the intelligence beyond your mind. You stop managing. You start listening. You don't empty yourself to escape. You empty yourself to make room for what already knows. And in that space, the knowing rises. Not as a voice, but as a felt sense, a clarity that moves you without effort, without overthinking, without delay. This doesn't mean inaction, it means timing. Stillness is not stagnation, it's the pause before precision. It's what allows your next move to come from resonance, not reaction. When you trust stillness, you stop fearing the in-between. You stop mistaking silence for absence. You realize the most powerful shifts often happen in the quiet, in the waiting, in the energy that is no longer trying to fix anything, but is simply ready. The system doesn't need you to fill every gap. It needs you to know when to hold the space, when to say nothing, move nothing, push nothing, because in that stillness the field moves for you. And what arrives isn't just aligned. It's perfect, it's timely. It's exact, because you didn't rush the code, you honored it, with silence, with trust, with stillness. Synchronicity is not random, it's not luck, it's not coincidence. It's a message from the system, a console message, directly from the field to your awareness, letting you know that your current frequency is being recognized and reflected. When things line up with uncanny precision, when events overlap in perfect rhythm, when the right person calls at the exact right moment, the field isn't just winking at you. It's speaking. It's confirming that your internal state is creating movement in the external world. Most people miss these messages because they dismiss them as chance, but nothing in a responsive system is meaningless. Synchronicity is how the universe confirms alignment. It's how the code lets you know it's compiling. These moments don't show up to entertain you. They show up to confirm you're on the right line of the script. They say, keep going. This version of you is being received. The system is live. Your signal is being tracked. When synchronicities increase, it's not a fluke, it's feedback. You've entered a zone of resonance where your thoughts, emotions, and identity are starting to harmonize. The more coherent your frequency becomes, the more frequent the messages. Numbers repeat, ideas echo, messages arrive through unexpected channels. The system is mirroring your internal pattern across the external environment. These are not just signs, they are lines of communication. But the message isn't always about a specific outcome. Sometimes synchronicity is less about what's coming and more about who you're becoming. It's not always a preview of manifestation. Sometimes it's simply an indication that your energy is now matching a higher layer of reality. And in that layer, time bends, possibility expands, resistance fades. The field becomes responsive not because you changed the world, but because you changed your state within it. You don't have to interpret every synchronicity like a puzzle. You just have to recognize the tone. When it feels light, clear, resonant, you're aligned. When it feels off, flat, or forced, pause and recalibrate. The console is always sending you messages, but you have to be present enough to read them. Most people are moving too fast, thinking too hard, dismissing the very signs they've been asking for. They want the answer but ignore the message. The system doesn't shout. It speaks through rhythm, through timing, through perfectly placed moments, through what your rational mind would call coincidence, but your higher self knows is confirmation. Synchronicity isn't just about magic. It's about mechanics. It's how a living, breathing algorithm lets you know that it's responding. So when it happens, pause, breathe, acknowledge it. Speak to the field like the intelligent partner it is. Say, I see it, I'm listening, I'm ready. Because once you show the system that you're reading the messages, it sends more, clearer, stronger, and suddenly life begins to feel like a dialogue, not a guessing game, a direct line from your intention to your experience, from your signal to your reflection, from your command to your confirmation, line by line, message by message, exactly on time. Doubt is not just a thought, it's a loop, a frequency pattern that runs in circles, repeating just enough uncertainty to stall movement, blur clarity, and drain energy from the signal you're sending. It starts small, one moment of hesitation, one question about whether you're ready, whether it's working, whether you're enough. And if you feed it even a little, it grows. Not linearly, but exponentially. Doubt loops don't just pause progress, they deactivate your power at the source. Power is not loud. It's not aggressive. It's steady, clean, and directional. It moves without asking for confirmation. It sends a signal and trusts the return. But the moment doubt enters the system, the signal splits. It begins to contradict itself. You say you're ready, but you're checking every 5 minutes. You say you trust, but you're already rehearsing how to recover if it doesn't work. You say it's done, but your energy is still chasing. The field doesn't get confused. It just mirrors what's most consistent. And if doubt is louder than clarity, that's what gets reflected. Doubt is not the enemy. It's the echo of old code. It's your system checking if you're really finished with the version of you that used to wait, hesitate, or seek proof before acting. Every time it loops, it's offering you a chance to stay in the past or claim the new signal fully. Most people stall here, not because they're wrong, but because they think doubt means stop. But doubt doesn't mean stop. It means decide. Every time you allow doubt to take the wheel, you lower the frequency of your transmission. You become less legible to the field. The algorithm hesitates, not because it doesn't want to deliver, but because your signal keeps shifting mid-command. The more you loop, the weaker the code. And the weaker the code, the slower the return. You've felt this. The difference between the decision that came from deep knowing and the one that came from mental debate. One moved everything, the other kept you circling. You don't break doubt loops by arguing with them. You break them by anchoring in identity, by becoming the version of you who no longer negotiates with uncertainty, who doesn't need every outcome to be proven in advance, who moves because they've already decided who they are. Power returns when you close the loop, when you stop revisiting the question and start living the answer, not with force, but with finality. You don't need to feel confident every second. You need to stop reopening the portal of hesitation. You need to stop fragmenting your signal with contradiction. The field responds to clarity, and clarity comes when doubt no longer has a seat at your table. Decide once, hold the line, let the signal stabilize, because the moment you stop asking if it's working, it starts working faster. The loop ends, the mirror clears, the return accelerates, not because the world changed, but because you did. Without the noise, without the hesitation, just power, finally uninterrupted. Trust isn't weakness, it's not blind optimism or spiritual bypass. It's a frequency, a state of coherence so clear that the system cannot misread it. Trust is the master key, the vibration that unlocks flow, alignment, and acceleration, not because it makes everything easier, but because it stops the interference that delays everything you've asked for. The field doesn't require struggle, it requires stability, and trust is the energy that tells the algorithm, this signal is clean, proceed. When you trust, you stop checking, you stop chasing, you stop obsessing over timing or questioning whether you're being heard. You know, and that knowing sharpens the broadcast. It collapses doubt loops, it bypasses hesitation, it quiets the noise that makes your instructions to the field hard to follow. When you move in trust, you become legible to the system, and legibility is everything in a mirror-based reality. Most people want results before they trust, but that's not how the structure is built. The trust comes first. It's what initiates the build, not what follows the evidence. If you wait to feel safe before trusting, you'll stay in the loop of proving. If you trust without needing proof, the proof arrives faster. Not because you tricked the system, because you stopped contradicting your request with energetic resistance. Trust doesn't mean you never waver. It means you no longer give your doubt the microphone. It means when fear shows up, you acknowledge it without rerouting your trajectory. You keep moving as if what you want is already happening, because in the field, it is. The moment you emit a signal in trust, the architecture begins to build. The delivery is not delayed, it's aligned. And alignment can only meet you at the level of your signal. You've already seen this, the moments you surrendered not from defeat, but from inner clarity. The times you let go of control, not because you stopped caring, but because you stopped distorting the flow. That's when the call came, that's when the message landed, that's when reality began to rearrange. Trust is not passive, it's potent. It does what force can't do because it gives the field space to respond instead of something to defend against. Trust is the moment you stop fighting the timeline. You stop needing to micromanage how it happens and start aligning with the version of you who already knows it will. That shift is everything. It's not emotional, it's electrical. It reorganizes the field with exact precision. And from that frequency, life doesn't just respond, it rushes in. When you hold trust as your baseline, the field stops mirroring delay. It starts mirroring readiness. You no longer feel like you're trying to manifest. You feel like you're remembering, because you are. The moment you trust, you're not calling something in. You're opening the door that was already waiting to unlock. And the key was never missing. It was in your hand. The whole time, trust, turn it, and walk through. Latency isn't delay, it's precision. It's the time between when a signal is sent and when it's fully received and reflected. In the architecture of reality, latency isn't a mistake or a gap. It's divine timing in action. It's not life withholding what you asked for. It's life organizing itself to deliver exactly what you requested. in the exact way it's meant to land. But most people misinterpret latency as failure. They confuse patience with powerlessness. And so they send a second signal filled with doubt and overwrite the original command. The field operates with perfect responsiveness. Every desire, every decision, every declaration is received immediately. But manifestation isn't instant, not because the system is flawed, but because it's intelligent. Latency is where the quantum mechanics of alignment play out. It's the unseen movement, the silent construction. It's where timelines cross, people shift, paths open. It's where your signal is matched with the exact resources, timing, and geometry needed to sustain it long term, not just appear briefly. Most people don't wait well. They check for signs, reinterpret outcomes, and unconsciously dilute their frequency. They send the right signal once, then cancel it 3 times because the result didn't arrive on their preferred timeline. But latency isn't inaction, it's incubation. It's what gives the manifestation its structure. If it arrived a moment too soon, before your nervous system could hold it, before your identity could embody it, it would collapse. The field doesn't want speed, it wants stability. And latency is where that stability is built. You felt it. The moments when everything seemed still, but you sensed movement beneath the surface. The doors that opened after you stopped knocking. The people who appeared when you finally stopped needing them. That wasn't coincidence. That was the field honoring the command and waiting until the delivery would land without resistance, until the mirror could reflect you fully. Mastering latency means trusting that the system is exact. That timing is a form of intelligence. That just because you can't see the build doesn't mean the build isn't happening. Your job is not to force the arrival. Your job is to maintain the frequency, to continue embodying the version of you that made the request. If you hold the signal, the field holds the blueprint, and that blueprint becomes form when it's fully aligned. This doesn't mean doing nothing. It means doing the right things without rushing. It means staying in integrity with your command. It means becoming someone who doesn't need proof to stay anchored. Because proof is what arrives after the signal stabilizes, not before. Latency is sacred. It's where the unseen works for you. And the more you trust it, the less you need to chase. Because you'll know the delivery is already in motion, not stalled, not lost, just aligning quietly, perfectly, and always on time. Reality is not a static structure you move through. It's a dynamic mirror reflecting your current code. The world around you doesn't show you what's real. It shows you what's running. Every thought, emotion, identity, and assumption acts as a line of code, and that code is what the mirror uses to render your experience. You are not reacting to life. You are programming it. The mirror is not random. It is precise. And it always, without fail, responds to the programmer. Most people think the mirror is delayed, stubborn, or broken. They say, "Why isn't this working?" Or, "Why does this keep happening to me?" But the mirror isn't punishing them. It's reflecting back what's being fed into it. If the reflection is chaotic, distorted, or repeating old pain, it's not because life is against them. It's because the code hasn't changed. The system is loyal. It reflects what it receives with perfect neutrality. The mirror doesn't respond to words. It responds to embodiment. You can speak affirmations all day, but if your nervous system is still broadcasting fear, lack, or doubt, the mirror reflects that. It doesn't care about your intention. It reads your frequency. It tracks your consistency. And it executes your deepest truth, not the one you say out loud, but the one you live. This is why transformation feels so mystical and so mechanical at the same time. You shift something subtle inside, how you hold yourself, how you expect to be treated, how you feel when no one's watching, and the external begins to change. Not because you forced it, but because the code was updated. The mirror isn't slow, it's obedient. When the programmer changes, the reflection must follow. You've seen this, the day you stopped needing something and it showed up. The moment you decided you were done settling and everything around you restructured. That wasn't magic. That was command. You broadcasted a new identity and the field adjusted, not by chance, but by law. The mirror is programmed to reflect you. The only variable is who you're choosing to be. You don't need to fix the mirror. You need to update the code. If you don't like what you see, don't fight the reflection. Change the input. Rewrite the assumptions. Hold a new frequency long enough for it to become dominant. The mirror doesn't need convincing. It needs clarity. It reflects what is most stable, most repeated, most believed. The mirror doesn't create, it reveals, and you are the creator behind what it reveals. When you take full responsibility for your role as the programmer, you stop arguing with life. You stop needing to manipulate outcomes. You realize the power was never in the reflection, it was in the signal. The reflection is delayed only when the signal is divided, but the moment you become clear, the mirror moves instantly, because it always responds, not to your wants, to your code, line by line, without fail. You've been trying to figure out how the system works, how the field responds, how the mirror reflects, how outcomes unfold. You've been asking what the algorithm is, as if it's something outside of you. But the truth is simpler and more powerful. You are the algorithm. You're not just feeding the system instructions. You are the system. You're not interacting with reality like an outsider. You're shaping it from within, with every thought, every emotion, every breath. The structure of reality doesn't live somewhere out there. It lives in your frequency. It lives in your decisions, in your assumptions, in the vibration you hold when no one is looking. The world around you isn't just responding to you. It's made of you. It's the visible output of the internal code you carry. The version of reality you live inside is the one that matches the algorithm you are currently running. Most people think they are moving through a world that is static and independent. They believe they have to bend it, chase it, or negotiate with it. But when you realize that your consciousness is the core processor of the simulation, the dynamic changes. You stop asking how to get things to respond, and you start asking how to become the version of you that reality already listens to. Because the field isn't responding to effort, it's responding to identity. And identity is the algorithm. You felt this the moment you stopped trying and simply became, the moment you walked differently, spoke differently, moved as if you knew the outcome was done, and without warning, everything started to move with you. That wasn't a coincidence, that was alignment. The system didn't change, you did. And the mirror faithfully reflected that shift without delay. The power is not in external tools. It's not in techniques or strategies. It's in remembering that the one who sets the tone, who activates the pattern, who writes the script, is you. The more clearly you embody this truth, the faster the environment adapts. You're not reacting to life. You're emitting it. You're not chasing a result. You're stabilizing the signal that generates it, and that shift in awareness is what collapses the distance between desire and embodiment. You are not a user of the algorithm. You are the algorithm, the creator, the signal, the source. The clearer you become, the more accurate the output. The more stable your identity, the more responsive the field. You don't need to figure it out. You need to feel it fully, own it, live it. Because every moment, the system is reflecting back one thing, your current frequency, rendered in form. When you take full ownership of your role as the algorithm, life stops feeling random. The path becomes responsive, the timeline becomes flexible, and manifestation stops being effort. It becomes a byproduct of coherence. Not because something outside of you finally listened, but because you remembered what you are, the code, the creator, the algorithm itself, always, now, completely.